my dear friends. Welcome once again to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and I hope that you guys are having a really good day. Give me just a moment here. My wife was telling me that things might be sounding a little bit weird, so I'm going to be like echoing here for just a moment while I hear that things might be sounding a little bit weird, so I'm going to be like echoing. I don't know. It sounds okay to me.
Yeah, like I said, when it paused
Sounds okay to me.
after it did that, after it skipped, it sounded better. So
Okay.
if you did something, it fixed it.
Okay, that'll work. All right. Well, hey, everybody. Welcome on in. How's everybody doing tonight? Lilith, hello. Much love to you. Fox and Bull, the fabulous couple. How are you guys doing as well? And I'm assuming it's probably going to be Bull. Is it Bull or is it Fox? I'm betting Bull, though, because Bull likes to type in caps sometimes. So I'm going to make the assumption.
It's both of them.
Oh, both. Ooh, I was wrong. So yeah, we're back.
Double penetrate. Oh wait.
Extra stink tonight. Well, that works. We'll deal with the stank as it comes. Always. It's been a day here, guys. It has. We had like a really fabulous dinner. And then, well, my mom kind of got a little bit on her crazy side a little bit. So, throw me off a little bit. But it is what it is. We're just kind of waiting around for her to die. But anyways, yeah, other than that, it's kind of just been one of those days. Jolene woke me up today because we had some appointments that we were supposed to do. And so she woke me up today to see if I wanted to go along and stuff. And she had to give me emergency ibuprofen because as soon as she woke me up, man, the pain was so intense. I could barely even move. So, that was kind of how
Lilith says she's got news.
You got news. You got news. Tell us.
Oh yeah. Today was your
interview,
job interview. I hope it's good news. Please give us good news. Give us the good news.
You got the job. Yes.
Congrats.
Freaking awesome.
Congrats.
Oh, I love you. I love you.
Exactly.
So exciting.
I love it. That is so
So when
awesome.
do you start? Do you start next week then, or? Congrats either way. Congrats. I know that's a big sigh of relief for you.
Yes.
You could be like, okay, bye you crazy people.
Bye, bitches. So glad to hear that you got the job. Now you can go in and give the finger to these other people. So yeah, as Jolene said, we had fried chicken, we had mashed potatoes, cheesy potatoes, green beans. She had corn. It was quite a good dinner, but yeah. Go fill out the paperwork tomorrow, and then you'll find out the actual start date. Cool. Awesome.
That's cool. Yeah, we did not make the chicken. There's a place near us that makes really good chicken, so that's where we got it from.
They do really good. Like they pressure cook the chicken, and they do like really nice spices and stuff with it, so it tastes really good. They're like right down the street from where the KFC is, and we're like, nope, bypass the KFC, go into this other place. They have much better chicken. So yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. Nope, this is really good stuff. It is really good.
Yeah,
we love it. It's really nice and tender, and so good.
Yeah, it's the skin is nice and crispy, but at the same time, then the insides are like, still really juicy and stuff. And just, it's awesome. And Jolene is a massive chicken eater. Like, I have literally, so like sometimes we'll go and we'll get a rotisserie chicken, bring it home, and, so she'll break it up so that everybody can have the, the meat off of it. And then she'll sit down literally with the whole carcass and just consume the carcass, like chewing on the bones and everything. And it's like, she'll have chicken grease dripping from her whole face down her elbow. Like literally, I have seen it dripping off of her elbows. She gets so into it.
As long as it's not dry chicken, I will eat it. I love chicken. I could easily and happily eat chicken every day. In fact, I almost have.
Yeah.
Growing up, hello, Death Collector. I had
Hey, Death Collector, come on in. Welcome in.
Yeah, growing up, that's what my mom made a lot because, I have the heart condition and she always made the heart-healthy foods. So it was a lot of chicken, granted a lot of skinless chicken, but it wasn't all skinless. So I can remember where literally a whole week we did nothing but like some sort of a chicken dinner every night kind of thing. So, and I loved it. So as long as it's not dry, I'm a winner. And she was the same way, so it worked. If she made chicken, it was usually, pretty good. So
What's weird is I don't mind dry chicken. Like I don't mind it at all. I kind of like it sometimes.
I
But
mean,
it
you're
kind of
not
depends on
alone.
how it cooks,
Yeah.
like what it's with. Like so, like if it's a saucy situation, then dry chicken is just fine, And if it's just like gonna
Ooh.
sit with chicken,
Ooh,
yeah, you might want a little moisture.
Death Collector said I had the best rotisserie in Spain when I was on holidays. It was unreal. I bet.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, that I can only imagine.
See, now you guys are gonna make Jolene hungry for chicken again. We have some leftovers in the fridge.
I mean, we don't have much leftovers. We pretty much killed it. I think all that's left is like 3 legs and a wing, maybe.
We have 5 people and we ordered 16 pieces. Like we always get like they sell it as a 16-piece family pack sort of a situation, and like by the time all's said and done, it's pretty much always consumed. So you're hungry again. Well, we're glad to have done it to you. Jolene got herself all ready for tomorrow, though. She took a piece of chicken, she shredded it up, and she's got a wrap that she created for the morning for her breakfast. So she's going to have a chicken wrap for breakfast.
Yeah, because like I love when we have like the fried chicken. I love to dip it, mix both honey and hot sauce together. So my wrap is tortilla, some lettuce, some of the corn I had, and then the chicken that I mixed with the honey and hot sauce. And yeah, so I wrapped it together and I have dinner, or I have breakfast for tomorrow. So
Yep. It works.
So happy.
It works. Nothing wrong with that. She likes to prep ahead of time, though, so that she doesn't have to mess around in the morning. I don't have the energy for that. Of course, my breakfast is usually like whatever we're having for dinner, because I'm a day sleeper. So by the time that I get up and start, roaming around and getting hungry and stuff, that's when it's dinner time for everybody else in the household. So I'm like, I never have breakfast foods. I always have whatever's for dinner.
Ooh, yeah, that's good too.
That would be good.
My breakfast is usually leftovers because I'm not a huge like traditional breakfast foods fan. I'm not huge into like cereal or
I don't think you've touched oatmeal in years, right?
I don't even like oatmeal.
Exactly.
I like grits. And of course
grits
I
aren't
like
even
bacon.
an oat though, so
who doesn't like grits, Or I mean bacon, sorry. Who doesn't like bacon? Bacon is what I was trying to say.
I was gonna say some people don't even know what grits are, so
yeah.
Grits are good though.
I like waffles more than pancakes, but waffles take a little bit more oomph to make, so
So there's a type of food that Jolene has been searching for years. And if anybody has a clue, because y'all are from like different areas, So if you guys have a clue what this might be, she would love you forever. Like seriously, she would just be like, I love you. Are you talking about
the one that my grandpa made?
Yeah,
okay.
So if you want to explain it, go ahead.
Does anyone know German cuisine from Germany? Has been in Germany. Has family from
Have
Germany.
you been in German?
Because it's a German dish. That's all I know for sure. And I don't even know if when I pronounce it, if it's the correct pronunciation. But basically it's a grain dish that my grandpa would make. I live 2 minutes away from work and I've got into the bad habit of only getting up 20 minutes before work, so I only get coffee for breakfast. Aww. Fox might, because he's a smart cookie. Is he listening? I know you said both of you were there, but I don't know if he's like necessarily listening at this point in time. So like, I'll go ahead and explain it a little more. So like my grandpa, he's the one that made it. And he and both my grandparents were from Germany. Their parents, so my great grandparents on both sides, were born in Germany.
Yeah, she's basically like third generation immigrant.
Right. On my mom's side, at least. My grandpa would make this dish. He called it habigritz. I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation, but that's how he always pronounced it. Habigritz. So it would have like different kinds of grains in it, but it was a savory dish. If there was meat, I really don't remember there ever being meat, but I know it was peppery. He would put peppercorns in it, and it was like it was a meal that like we would eat it hot. It was kind of like a porridgey oatmeal kind of consistency, but it was, like I said, it was savory. And if you let it sit, like the longer you let it sit, the better the flavors would meld. I know I'm not doing a good explanation of what this is, but again, I don't really know what it is. I just know that it was good hot or cold. It had different flavors when it was hot or cold, but it was usually ate as a dinner for us. I don't know if that's what it was typically used for, but again, he called it habagrits. It had like different, like I said, grains, like grits, maybe. Barley. I'm trying to remember what he did tell me was in it. Barley. I couldn't tell you for sure what all was in it. I just know when it was done, it was mostly white in color, but not like a little bit paler than oatmeal, I guess you could say. Plus, he put peppercorns in it, so it'd be speckled with peppercorns. I don't know how else to describe it other than it was just savory, you know? I mean, I don't know what he flavored it with. All I know is it was a special time that he would make it, because he said it took a lot to make it. But I don't know what that meant. Like, I don't know what all went into it. I just know that it was a difficult recipe, and he didn't really like to share it because it was kind of, you know, a special recipe. So
Family secret.
Family secret that went to the grave with him. So yeah. I don't know. I've tried looking it up, but nothing that I've come across seems to be it. It's not a soup, like I said. It's like the consistency of oatmeal, but
More like a porridge kind of a thing.
A porridge, yeah.
Or a
It
stew.
just tastes better. But there's no like visible liquid when it's done. But it is so good.
So like a more of a stewy kind of a consistency, maybe.
It sounds like a savory. Yeah,
Loosely,
yeah, that's basically, yeah. Because it was very savory. It didn't like, there was no sweet under or overtones to it. I couldn't, it's always hard to describe. I mean, hon, you've tried it before. Do you remember? I've had you try.
Yeah.
You tried it cold, technically, I think, but
Yeah.
But it was good. Like I said, it was good both hot or cold.
It was really tasty.
Sounds like a mixture of buckwheat and barley. Maybe lentils and chickpeas. I normally stew mine with chicken and vegetable stock and beef. See, that might be, because I'm trying to remember what all he said. I want to say barley. I could be wrong. I want to say oat. I feel like that's wrong, but I can't for the life of me remember everything because it's been years since I've been able to talk to him about it all, and he's passed now, so I can't, start that over again. And I know my grandma doesn't know how it's made either because we've tried asking her. So, yeah. So if anyone knows, that would be appreciated. As we halt this,
solve this mystery for her.
right? As we halt this whole art show for asking a cooking question.
Right, buckwheat is very common in Europe.
Hi, Robin.
It is
We're
really
trying
good too.
we're trying to figure out. Okay, my
Robin.
grandpa is German, and he would make this dish, and I can't for the life of me. Like, I don't know what it is. I've tried looking it up. Figure out what her grandpa's Oh, yeah. So it's basically, I know I can tell you for sure that there's barley in it. That's the only thing I do remember for sure him saying is in it.
And you're probably right, Death Collector, with the buckwheat situation, because I think if I remember right, when I tasted it, I tasted some buckwheat in it. So just throwing it out there.
Yeah, it was a dish that we had for dinner that my grandpa would make, and he always made like so much so that we could take it home because it was so good. And it would look like oatmeal, so it'd be like pale and like just nothing but green. but it was very savory. There was no sweet overtones to it whatsoever. It was savory, and he always liked to add peppercorns to it. I don't know what it is. But he called it habagrits. That's what he called it. But I've tried looking it up,
All
and
the
I
different
can't find it.
variations of something possible
Right.
with that name.
I mean, I am lucky if I know much German. I know of a few German words. Milch is milk. I mean, I don't know a lot.
All that being said, though, if somebody could help to solve this mystery for her, she's been like literally trying to solve this mystery for years. And now that we're on the streams, you know, it's like, well, we're encountering different people from different areas. Maybe somebody knows what this is. So barley porridge. There you go. I mean, the name of it that he gave could just be like, you know, a family name that they gave it or something like that, you know, and there isn't actually technically a recipe for it with that name or something. I don't know, but
I will say, just offhand, the first things that are popping up look more like the breakfasty cereal. So it's got like honey and cinnamon and stuff.
Attention
And it
all
definitely was
personnel.
not.
Right.
Welcome,
There
new
was no
recruits,
sweet
to the
overtones
land
to it.
of the future.
Oh, well, hi,
All recruits
Fifi.
report to orientation. That is
Thank
all.
you.
Fifi, thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate it. You're amazing as always, and we love you. How you doing tonight? You're lurking. Lurk away, brother. It's all good. Yeah, the dish that she's meaning definitely has no like sweetness to it at all. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Do whatever you need to do. We'll be here. Thank you again, though. I appreciate it. So as for me, I started this piece last night, and like when I ended the stream, I ended it like at a certain position, you know, and then I thought, you know, it's missing a couple of little things. So what can I do with it? And I thought, hey, I need to add a hand. And I have not done a hand in ages. And I'm really proud of how this hand ended up coming out. Like, I am super happy with this hand, you know, for not having done one for a while. I'm really happy with how the hand ended up coming out. So yeah, that's that. And for those of you guys that have yet to hear, I do have prints available now, and I'm super happy about it too, because like I've been trying to get this whole print situation set up for ages now.
Attention all personnel. Welcome, new recruits, to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation. That is all.
Mama, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. You are awesome as always. I deeply appreciate it. You know what? I know why it's not working. Give me a second. I forgot to turn the chat bot on. That is my fault.
I was like,
That is
I thought
entirely
it was
my
one of
fault.
those. I was gonna say, I was like, I thought it was one of those.
So come on in, Mama. You haven't been here for a little bit. Welcome on in. I'm doing some weird things. I think I showed you this image last night when I was with Fifi, if I remember right. But I did add a hand to it, and I'm really happy with how this dang hand came out, man. I'm very pleased, very pleased with this hand. Yeah, how you guys doing tonight over there? Okay, I think the chat bot is up now. If you want to do the Prince thing, give it a shot and see if it works. It should at this point. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what
There we go. There's the prince.
Yeah, so I'm like really happy about the print situation being what it is, because like I've been looking for like 4 weeks now trying to figure out something as far as prints goes, and from what I've seen so far, the prints that I'm going to be getting, or that you guys can get through this merch store, do seem to be really high quality. So I think it'll be good, at least for now, for what our purposes are. You know what I mean? I think that it'll work. So, so if you guys are interested, I do have, I put like another 3 or 4 on there today. So I think there's like 20-ish prints available so far, and I'm going to put a whole bunch more in there too. But but that's what I have available at the moment. So it's pretty much like the recent stuff that I've done is in there, and then there's a couple of like the older pieces, but yeah. So if anybody's interested, there you go. Do either of those recipes look right, Jolene? I keep unplugging my dang headphones. It's like, I love these. I got to get a new set of headphones because these headphones, they're like starting to fall apart. I've had them for a long time now. And I had another set that I accidentally sat on. So I kind of, broke the earpiece on it because, I'm a big guy. And sitting on headphones is not the greatest idea for me. But I like these. The problem is like the way that the cable hangs, every time that I move my arm in a certain way, it like jerks on it a little bit and it pulls it out of the socket. So I'm glad that it does that instead of like causing me to have the wire short out, you know. I'm kind of glad that it does that, but at the same time it's a bit of a pain in the butt to keep on. I gotta replug the thing back in again.
Ooh.
Indeed. Ooh, indeed. So, yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to get Thanks, Fox and Bull. I love you guys. Yeah, you guys got Mama Cobra on that one. Yeah, these guys just love to mess around with me. That's for sure. They like to keep me awake. This is why Jolene doesn't have the sounds on in her ears, because her heart would not be able to handle it. She gets to get away from it. The big meanie. I should torture her though and make it so that it does go through your headphones. Because I could. But then it would really annoy her because she'd hear herself talking too.
Oh, I would hear no. Yeah, you make me hear myself. Yeah, I'll get a headache.
Real quick. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do today art-wise. Like, I do want to do something, right? Because, I always want to do something, but I'm not sure what is going to come about. This is the guy that I did a couple of nights ago, and I like how he came out. And then, I do want to save that because I don't want to mistakenly not save it. There we go. I'll close this one up then too. And let's see, I'll go ahead and start a new canvas and we'll just kind of run from there and see what ends up occurring. I don't know. You're going to lurk a little bit. Okay, that's fine, Mama. Thank you so much for coming in and for dropping the sub too. I really appreciate it so much. Any little bit that anybody can give, it literally helps me feed my family. So I deeply appreciate that you guys take the moment and take the chance to help support us here. It is, absolutely wonderful. we
I don't know where you saw either my chat's not going well. I don't see any where she said she was lurking.
The emote that she used was Fifi Lurk and Fifi Love.
Oh, okay. I'm with it now. I'm sorry. I was just like, I literally restarted the stream. I was just like, I'm not seeing this message. Is my laptop going weird? Because, I had the weird sound before you went on. So I'm just like, maybe it's my laptop. Was my laptop having issues here? Yeah, it's all... I was confused. He caught on, not me.
Jolene's got low oxygen. Don't worry about it.
Low oxygen. Can't breathe.
Can't breathe. It's all good.
By the way, too, for those of you, because I don't know, Fox and Bull, I don't know if you know this yet. Maybe you do. You can make Ira rant about whatever topic you want for a whole minute.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys can do that now. Because I'm quite the ranter.
I told him he needs to do another one of like the opposite of like he has to stay quiet for a minute or he has to change topics. So if he's on a rant or whatever. I just had to restart the stream because chat was messed up, Julie. Maybe it was you. Okay.
I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Need to use a different brush. There we go.
So my adventure yesterday of trying to find crochet things failed. I still don't have the yarn to do either of the like 3 projects I had in mind. Because I'm doing specific things. So if anyone has a recommendation.
I thought you already decided what you were going to do.
Are you talking about the stitch doll?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I just said, I don't have the yarn for it. I don't have the correct colors. I have blue, but unless I want him to be neon blue, I don't have an appropriate color for him.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then.
I can make you a batty. Oh, like the bat I made? Cannot even find that. Because like I said, everything but the wings was part of the thing. Would you want him... Oh, do I have black yarn? Do you want him black? Or do you want him a different color? I may not have black. I'm trying to remember. I could tell you what colors I have. I know for sure I have weird colors of blue. I have well, what's your favorite color? I guess let me go that route and I can go from there. I have pink, I have white. I have tan, green, blue, purple. Purple and pink?
Purple and pink.
Okay, well, gonna be looking for a bit. Showing Fox the new Valheim stuff. Sounds fun. They're looking at game. You're looking at Valheim stuff.
Lurking.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, guys. Have fun. Enjoy the Valheim stuff. Have they done the Hearth and Home thing yet? Is that a thing yet, or are they still working on that? I haven't looked at Valheim stuff in a little while. It's out now? Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. You guys will have to let me know how the bow changes are, because I'm a big bow person in that game. Like, that's what I primarily like to use. Thoroughly confused on the bow stuff, or just in general with it? So right now I'm just kind of like laying out the little beginning stages of where I want the body to be and such here. Kind of feel like doing another portrait kind of a style. See what happens. The bows behave the same, but they nerf stamina. Really? See, I thought what they were doing with the bows is like making it so that you could hold the bow longer and it wouldn't drain the stamina as much. Or did they just like drain or nerf stamina in general? Because if so, that sucks. Stamina was already hard enough to facilitate sometimes. It's a pain in the butt. Stamina bar has shrunk considerably. change the food system. What gives you what type of buffs? The bow takes less stamina to draw it back now. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I'll just do it this way. Robin, are you watching? I can hold up the different colors I have, and you can tell me which you would dig for. Because I have 3 purples and a pink you can choose from. Okay, so this is the pink. Kind of your standard pink color. And then I have this one's called Dark Orchid. I don't know if you can see how well the color is. So I have this color purple, and then the other 2 don't have names. So I have this one, and then there's this one that's darker than the other one was, and then there's this one that's kind of dustier, but it is a purple. So you have these 3 purples, if you can see how well they and then the darker no name, so this one. Yes, okay, then I will work with that. I was going to take a picture and send them to you, but I realized that my camera made them look like not as vibrant as they are, so I figured, well, I'm going to assume my camera does a little better.
Thank you for giving her something to do.
Do you want him big? Do you want him small? You're like, thank you for giving her something to do so she doesn't annoy me tonight.
Yeah. Much appreciated.
Don't have my previous colors in here. I need to move these. I have Christmas colors in my bag. Red, green, and white. Oh, where's my... There it is. I was about to pass.
It's there. It's over there. It's wherever.
I know. I mean, look at this thing. It has a big old orange handle, and I keep losing it.
Because you're an insane person.
It is my favorite crochet hook because it's so comfy. I need to get more of that type of the other sizes because it is a lot comfier than the ones I've had.
Yeah.
Now to look up a bat pattern or get inspired.
So right now I'm just literally laying out like maybe where the features are going to be. I don't know where it's going to go or what they're going to look like, or even if it's a man, a woman, I have no clue yet. So you like the big handle too on the crochet hooks?
Okay, do you want him to look cute or realistic-ish? And you look on the dish. No, I mean, Robin sent me 2 recipes, and one has the potential to be close to it, but the other not as much, I don't think, just by reading the ingredients and stuff, but the one does seem more so. And you want cute. I figured, but I just want to make sure.
I will say with doing the faces lately, I'm not feeling quite as frustrated getting them started as what I did before. So if anything, there's that.
Improvements.
Hooray for hope. The blind guy's doing things. Or something. Kind of just trying to lay out like where the highlights and shadows might end up being and that kind of thing. So, yeah. Work with me here, people. I'll kind of lay out the idea of hair. Whether I stick with it or not, I don't know, but it'll be there just in case. Gives me an idea at least of like where I don't have to do like super coloring, that kind of stuff. Okay, there we go. Laying eyeballs here. Right now we kind of have awkward tween years going on.
Oh, you're fine, Robin. I'm sorry. I just know. I don't know how long ago you said that, but yeah, I mean, for all I know, maybe they're not even German dishes. To be brutally honest, there is that possibility too. Claiming it's a German dish when really it's not. All I know is it was damn good.
Is there a name for this drawing? Crap. At least at the moment. No, I never really name them until like I get really close to the end, and then maybe I'll get an inkling of what the title of it or whatever is going to be. I do the same with my writing though too. A lot of times when it comes to my writing, I don't actually name it until it gets like really close to the finishing part, and then like a name will kind of burble up in regards to it. Kind of though, what I'm doing is just more like practice, and if something comes out of it, then great, and if not, then I'm not too worried about it. Because basically, okay, so with my eyes, I have the issue that I can't see people's faces. Like if I look at my wife, for instance, I can't see her face. It just all is a washed out mess, basically. So it's that way with everybody that I look at. So I go through periods of time with my eyes where they'll do changes. And so it's like I get accustomed to maybe guesstimating what the face will look like, right? But then I'll wake up one day and suddenly, okay, great. My eyes have changed because maybe I got a new set of scars or something like that I have to deal with. And it adds more into that whole fracturing of the way I see the world. So once in a while, what I have to do is kind of like do some practice sketching faces kind of things to make sure that I'm getting down what my brain thinks should be there compared to what my hands are doing. I hope that makes sense. It's a little weird, but it's just kind of unfortunately the way that it works with me. So over the past few days, that's what I've been doing. So like yesterday, I didn't know what I was going to do with it entirely, but I ended up coming up with this, and I wanted to do kind of like a stylized sort of a face. And by the time I got it done, I also then added in the hand, which I'm really proud of the hand. I haven't done hands for a little while. So I kind of like how that one ended up coming out. And then the day before that, I ended up doing this guy here. Again, just kind of like as a practice sort of a motif. But then 2 days ago, I ended up doing this mermaid situation, which I need to resize that. Just a moment here, sorry. There you go. So sometimes I'll set out with the intention that I'm going to do a portrait today, or I'm going to do a landscape of some kind or something like that. That's how it works most of the time for me. But of the past couple of days, I've just been kind of thinking, okay, I'm going to do sort of a portraity kind of a thing just so that I can get the face practice down. So, and if something comes out of it, then cool, and if not, well, there's not really a loss to me because it's just experience, and that's what I'm essentially coming down with is just experience. So. Like the idea that I've got right now is that this area down here where this kind of pink color is, this is the neck, but I did it as a different color to help me discern where, and it's a really bright, obtuse kind of a color, so that I can really see the difference between where the chin line is and where the neckline is going to be. So I'm going to recolor this as I go based on what I do with the lighting, the rest of the face, basically. I hope that makes sense. But I'm kind of doing this. The idea today is I want to kind of do as if the light is coming from this area up in here, so kind of like a top-down lighting situation. So that's kind of what I'm laying out at the moment. I'd like to do something, though, with it as far as some kind of jewelry or something like that is concerned. But I'll get there once I get a little bit closer to actually finishing up the face. But so far, I think the features are starting to work out. We'll get there eventually. But right now, it's kind of in those awkward tween years where, they're kind of gangly. You don't know exactly what you're looking at, but you can get the idea of maybe what they're going to kind of turn out to be once everything's said and done. Yeah, it's a little bit easier if you're working in grayscale to begin with, but since I do things with color to begin with, it's a little bit more difficult to make sure that you're getting the definition down. It's see, now that I added in that darker color down there, you can kind of see what I'm going with as far as the chin line and stuff goes. There we go. And then as I go, I'll be able to refine it from there, to get more of the defined, the finalized version of what the chin's going to look like and stuff. But I kind of want to do almost kind of an anime kind of thing, where they have more of the kind of triangular shaped chin lines and stuff like that for feminine features. I'm kind of trying to get down a stylized kind of a situation for myself, because I have a style that I like to go with, but sometimes it's a little bit harder for me to get it to come out as I'd like it to, if that makes sense. What are my favorite things to draw? I love doing like clothes and that kind of thing. I think I'm pretty good at doing it. My all-time favorite though is hair. I love doing hair. Like the hair, like when I get to the point in the paintings where I'm starting to do the hair stuff, that's like where I know I'm getting close to the end. I know that I'm doing like one of the parts that I really love to do and I think I'm pretty good with. So it's like I start really flying through it. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing the hair strands. Yes, this is looking cool, you know, and that kind of stuff. So like when I get it to that point, then that's where the face starts to get a really good definition for me. And until I get to that point, I kind of actually hate my art. It's kind of unfortunate, but I think every artist has stages of their Oh, good Lord. Thanks, Mama. Thank you, Mama. I think every artist has stages of their art where they absolutely hate it, you know, and they're like, screw this thing. I'm done. I'm walking away from it. I don't want to even look at it anymore. But in those moments, when you've got those moments going on, if you've done like the practice before and you've done like the, you know, you're using good references or whatever the case may be, you just kind of have to trust the process and know that like by the time that it is done, you're going to do something that looks good. You know what I mean? That you're going to be happy with and so on and so forth. And it's like, that's something I've always had problems with. You can ask Jolene. I don't trust my process very much, you know, and it's probably because of, again, the way that my eyes work, I literally see the piece different than what you guys do. And like most of the time that I'm looking at it like where it's all warped and like, okay, so I'll give you a great example. Let me turn this picture off right here. And, so this is a picture of the moon. Okay. And as you can see, this moon has like many different versions of it's all superimposed over each other and, you know, just a big mess. It's all warping. There's a lot of ghosting. There's a lot of like shadows and mists and all kinds of stuff that are going on, right? Well, every single object that exists in the world looks like this to me. So if I'm looking at this painting that I'm doing right now, for instance, I don't just see this eyeball section right here. I see this eyeball section, plus it's over here, plus it's down here, plus it's up in here, plus it's over here. You know, it's like, it's all superimposed over each other. And, so I'm not seeing it in the way that I should be seeing it. And I don't end up like getting a good definition of it until I get further into the process. You know, I can get myself really close to the monitor, which I do, you know, it's only a few inches away from my face right now. And I can squint like hell and kind of get a little bit of clarity with it, but it's hard to do. And if I do that too much, it causes me a lot of pain. You know, it really hurts to do it. So, I try hard not to if I can avoid it. Because the more that I do it, the more likely I'm going to end up getting, what's called a high drop, where basically the fluid from inside my eye will start seeping out through the scars, and it will cause me to, feel like I have a stone in my eye all day. It's a pain, literally a pain. So, I kind of just have to rely on the fact that my hands at this point in time reasonably know what they're doing. And if my brain, like if I can kind of like unlock my brain from the thinking process of it and just let it flow, that's when I have like the easiest time with it. But if I try to control it too much, my brain is not seeing what my hands, quote unquote, are seeing. So, I'm just going to end up making it a mess, you know? So again, I have to kind of like let myself go and trust the process, which again, You can ask Jolene. I have problems trusting the process for myself. But I'm getting there. I'm better at trusting the process today than I used to be. Like, I used to be really bad with it. But as things have progressed and I'm getting more and more experienced with stuff, I feel like I'm getting a little bit better with trusting what's going to happen, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I know I've got the basics down of what the face is going to look like. I know I've got the basics down of like where the eyeballs are going to be and all that kind of stuff. And from here, it's just kind of like, I trust the refinement process to let me bring out whatever it is that wants to come out. You know, I don't know who this person is yet. I don't know what their story is yet. I don't know if they have a story, but I'd like them to have a story. Ultimately, that'd be nice, right? But whether they do or don't, I don't know yet. I kind of like look at it as if I'm taking pictures in a different dimension, and like that first picture that you take is going to be all like washed out, dirty, barely anything showing, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you're not going to get a very good idea of what is there. But the more pictures you take in that other dimension, the more you're going to be able to like get a better glimpse of whether it's a landscape or a person or whatever the case may be. You're going to be able to get like a better viewpoint on it. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is just kind of like taking these pictures in this other dimension and trying to decide who's there. Who's there, what's their story, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what it all comes down to. Hopefully all that is a good explanation for things. But, you know, bear in mind, I've only been painting for about 5 months now. So I'm still like inexperienced. I'm still like learning stuff, and trying to get like a good handle on things. It's just kind of like with the blindness on top of it, you know, I have that what do I do here sort of a thing going on a lot, you know, a lot more than I would like. Like what I'm seeing here. Okay. So like, Jolene, maybe you can pop in on this here real quick. So to me, the face looks like it's proportional and correct, right? Like at least reasonably. I know there's some things that are off and stuff, but like I'm also at the same time second guessing myself that these eyes are like too high. You know what I mean? Like, have I made them too high on the face for what the other facial features are, you know? And maybe that's okay if I'm doing a stylized thing, but you know, it's like I'm always second guessing it, you know?
I mean, we are worst critics to begin with, and it doesn't help that you have an actual vision issue to make you second guess that much more, right. You know? I mean, that's just kind of the shitter of it all, is that
right.
You already would have second guessed yourself anyways, but now you have that much more of a reason to be like, is this the way it's supposed to be?
It's literally, you know? like which one of the things that I'm seeing are the real thing, you know?
If it helps, I can describe to you what the face kind of looks like so far.
So to me right now, it's kind of almost got a Sigourney Weaver kind of a look. But yes, I would love to know your thoughts. Or are you looking up Sigourney Weaver right now?
I am, yeah. Kind of that. It's looking like, and please don't take offense to this, the face shape, obviously not the coloring and everything, but the face shape is making me think of course it could be because of how you have the hair, but it's making me think of Marilyn Manson.
I can see that maybe.
Because it's a thin face with a pronounced pointed chin, so that's kind of what it's making me think of.
Yeah.
Robin says, eyes aren't too high. One is bigger than the other, but you usually catch stuff like that as you fill in details. Right.
Yeah, I think this one here is the bigger one that I've got going on. I need to redefine that one a little bit, but I just like threw it together. Carrie Ann Moss. The name's familiar. I don't know what they look like though. I'll have to look them up. Let me see.
Oh, she was fitting the Matrix.
Oh, was she trying
I
to
was already looking her up. Yeah. I was already looking her up.
Gotcha.
I don't know actors and actresses very well, so I have to look everybody up.
Yeah.
They're special. They're special if I know who they are. So. Oh shoot.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. I think too, one of the things is that the hair is like kind of cutting over that cheek right there compared to the other one. Okay.
So I totally accidentally just closed my Twitch window.
Whoops.
Oops. I closed the wrong window.
Oopsies.
I'm currently watching an ad for you, my love.
Oh yeah, give me that ad money.
Right.
That 0.3 cents.
I found a back pattern. Of course, I'm going to modify it. I can tell you already. I know what I'm going to modify, but I have a basis. And now I will get started. Although it wants me to start with the wings first. I think that's kind of weird. I'm gonna start with the body.
You start with whatever you want to start with. You are in control.
Am I really? Am I?
Most of the time.
Am I really? Most of the time? Yeah. Most of the time, yeah.
Planning on carving a family coat of arms as a Christmas present. That is awesome. Does your family have a coat of arms already, or are you going to be creating one? I love heraldry stuff.
By the way, if you, Death Collector, have any art you want to share, you can share it too. You can share it either, like, links are welcome here, or you can share it in our Discord. Since you mentioned that.
We do love ogling people's art. As you destroy stuff over there. The heck you doing, woman?
I just wanted to get my neck light because this yarn is dark, but I'm knocking my stuff over. Alright, time to turn the neck light on.
Whatever you say there, darling.
There's already one set for the family. It's English. I haven't done any drawing since 12 years ago. Only Ivy pictures of... Oh, the only I've done of really is... Right? Is that... I'm sorry, did I read that?
Well, hello, beauty. Now you've woken me up again. Hello. How you doing tonight? How's your day going over there? You love scaring the shit out of me. You're so very good at it. Our beauty loves making a grand entrance.
Hello, Miss Beauty. How are you today? Hope you're doing well.
Beauty, I did a thing. I have to show you the thing. So, I was working on a picture yesterday, remember? Well, I did more to it. I did something else to it. I have to show it. I'm really proud of it. I'm really happy with how it came out. I gotta reset the, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta transform it. There we go. Oh, shoot. Now it's not going to show. Well, good job, Ira. You totally screwed it up. There we go. I finished up the piece that I was working on yesterday, and I'm really happy with how it came out. Like, I really like how it came out. I love the hand. Like, this is the first time I've done a really detailed hand in a while, you know? And I'm really proud of how this hand came out. So... Yeah, they're perfect. That's cool. Yeah, I really like how that one came out. I'm really pleased. Enormously pleased. So I'm just kind of like getting started on this one. I haven't gone very far with it, but you guys know how the process is. It takes a little bit of time. But so far I think it's okay. I'm working it. I'm also doing something a little different than what I usually do. Like the past couple of images that I've created, I have kept the opacity on the pen at 100%. And I don't normally do that. Like usually I'll actually like tone the opacity down on the pen itself so I can have more control over it. But I've been trying to do a little bit of a different technique where I'm kind of doing 100% all the way through and sort of relying on the pen pressure to define where the opacity is and stuff. And I think it's been working out pretty decently doing it that way. I'm not displeased with how it's working, at least so far. But it kind of depends on the pen, because I had a lot of issues with the dang pen getting the pressure sensitivity correct, you know, and that's always an annoyance. So but now that I've got it a little bit more able to be controlled, I'm kind of digging it with this method. So how's your day going, beauty? What's going on? Do tell. Tell us all the things. Because inquiring minds must know. or something like that. Or, keep it hidden from us. I don't care. Do whatever you want. It's okay. I had to clean a part off real quick. I was just wondering how you're doing. How your day's been. Getting a little weird with you. Because, that's what I do. What's going on with your mom? She sent you a text this morning with a pile of hair on the table and asked, got my red wig picked out yet? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. You already told her she's not allowed to get one, right? That you're cutting her off with the wigs.
By the way, the collector asked what equipment you're using to draw with.
So the tablet that I'm using is called an XP Pen Deco Pro. It's the large size of it. Well, I think it's listed as medium, but it's the biggest one that you can get with it. It's not bad. Like what I was using before was a Wacom Intuos, and the problem that I had with that thing is that the whole tablet was usable, I guess is the best way I can put it. So like it's a square shape, and then like even up to the edges is where the edge of the screen would be, you know what I mean? So whenever I wanted to do something that was kind of like on the lower edge of the screen, my pen would literally be coming off of the tablet, and it was not very comfortable at all, if that makes sense. So what I've got now with this XP Pen, the Deco Pro one, is a little bit larger, and the edges of it, as you can see, it's got these little lit up LED things where the corners are for the tablet. So it's got a bigger drawing area, number one, and then it's got like the edges so that you can rest your hand on it and still be able to get like to the bottom of the screen, I guess is the best way that I can put it. And then it also has this right here, this circular thing right here. I can spin it to actually like adjust the size of the brush and opacity levels and all that kind of stuff just by spinning the little wheel. So it's quite handy. It's very easy to use, and the whole thing itself is really comfortable. So I'm not displeased with this thing, and it was like considerably cheaper than a Wacom of a similar nature. I think it was like $150 less than what the same kind of size of tablet from Wacom would be, which is kind of crazy. I wasn't sure about it though. Like, we also, for my kiddo Ollie, we got them one of their Artist 12s, which it's one of the screen ones, so you can see what's going on the screen at the same time that you're drawing on it. And within like 2 weeks, the USB thing on it failed. So I wasn't sure how this tablet was going to work out, because it's from the same company. But so far, it's been really good. Like, I've used it now for about a month, and I've been really pleased with it. what I had originally when I was doing photography, I had one that was from Wacom, but it was built similar to this, where it was kind of like larger. It had a smaller area on it that you could use to draw with, but the whole thing was larger, so you could set it on your lap or whatever the case may be, and it had all the buttons on the sides and everything. But I got that oh gosh, it was almost 20 years ago at this point, wasn't it? Just about 15 years ago, something like that. And so it worked really well. I loved the thing, but then over the years, it died. I mean, it was old, so, I don't even think it would work with Windows 10, honestly. That's how old the thing is. But this one, this XP pen, it's really close to how that one was. So, my hand is comfortable with it because I used that for a while. But I hadn't done anything with it for a number of years, so it just kind of sat around, and then went to plug it in to use it, and it worked for a little bit of time, but then it took a dive. It took a nosedive and didn't want to work anymore. So, but I don't I've been tempted to see about using one of the types that has the screen built into it, because I do see the advantages that something like that would have. But at the same time, if I was to try to use that on stream, I mean, you guys would see me face planted down into it, and it just, that wouldn't be very fun for you guys. So, I've gotten adjusted to, because I know some people have issues with trying to draw on the screen while looking at the screen instead of your hand. You know what I mean? Some people, that disconnect is not doable for some people, but thankfully it doesn't bother me.
I have trouble drawing on this, doing digital like you do. Not because of that reason though, but because when I draw, I'd have to have the screen type of tablet you were just talking about, drawing tablet. Because my issue is that when I draw, I am constantly turning the paper. I am constantly doing that. And it's hard to do that and look at the screen and figure out, okay, when I put my pen down, where the hell is my pen brush going to be? You can't stay as consistent because, well, you're turning it, but you don't see where you're going to place, and it's, yeah. Does that make sense?
Does to me. That disconnect is really hard to get through for some people. Let me catch up to Beauty here real quick, and I'll go back to the art conversation. But so Beauty, are you trying to find somebody that has red hair then? Jolene doesn't have red hair, but if you need the donations, she'd probably be happy to at least help out with it a little bit, but just throwing that out there.
I'm pretty sure I had already made the offer.
Okay, gotcha. I started off so back in the day, again, I did photography, right? And the stuff that I was doing with the photography, I was doing at first it was just straight up photography, right? But then I got into doing photo manipulations, and so digital art through photo manipulations. I guess nowadays they're called photo bashing, but or paint bashing, that kind of thing. Which I do like to do sometimes still, because there are, you can do some cool things with it. But for the past few months, what I have been preferring to do is as much full on paint work as I can do without having to do any of the photo stuff. You know what I mean? So I haven't done photo bashing for a long while. But a lot of the stuff that I would have to do during the photo bashing days was using mouse and keyboard. And until I got that tablet that I was talking about. So like I would paint with the photo bashing for like hours using nothing but the mouse. And I got the carpal tunnel to show for it. Like it's rough doing it with a mouse, trying to paint with a mouse. It is hard to do. There's let me see. Let me go change this out here real quick. Give me just a second. I'll show you a painting that I did with doing the mouse and keyboard. Give me a second here. Yeah. This one. So I repainted all of this with like the figure there was a photo. The rest of it is all hand painted, and I did this with a mouse. Oof. That was rough. But I didn't have the tablet at the time, you know, so I wanted to do something, and that's what I ran with. So that'd be one. And then another one, let me see if I can run across it here. Give me a second. Yeah, this one. This one also was painted by a mouse. That was a rough one too. This one is one that I got a start on. I never finished it, but I got a start on it, and I might go back to this one someday and just see like what I could do to make it better these days compared to what I did back then. But I never finished it. It was basically just laid out the start, and I was like, nope, screw this, I'm done. Because at that time, my hand was like really killing me, you know, like by the time I got to that point, it was really killing me. But as far as like photos and all that kind of stuff goes, I really like, I enjoyed doing it a lot, you know, because at the time I didn't know how to paint, you know, I didn't know what to do with it, had no clue. This right here would be one of the photo bashes that I did back in the day. I like how that one came out. But you know, you do what you got to do to make the art that you want to do, you know? I hope that makes sense. Like, I wanted to create, but I didn't know how to do the full on paintings, you know? So this is what I did, you know? This would be another example here. So, you know, just weird stuff, trying to come up with pretty things, you know? So, but nowadays I just kind of like, I do what I can to do straight up painting, because that's what I prefer at this stage of my life, you know? So that's what you guys get. I will say, I do still use once in a while in the paintings, I will use like photo textures and that kind of thing. So let me show you like as an example. Where are you, Mr. Froggy Dragon guy? Yeah, this guy here. So, this guy is an example of like a full-on painting that I then used a little bit of photo textures with. So, the area where his nose is, you see the lines and stuff that are there. That actually is the texture from an elephant's trunk that I kind of bashed into the painting to give it that sort of a textured look. So, just as an example of like what you can do if you want to try to do, you know, photo texturing kind of a thing in stuff. That's kind of like what I do now. If I'm going to do something, it's going to be like helping myself add like different textures or something like that are a little bit harder to paint in, you know, because sometimes when you're painting, getting textures like that to show, it's a lot of work, you know? So if I can, like, I know how to do it, don't get me wrong, I know how to do it, but at the same time, if I can get away with like throwing the texture in and only spending 10 minutes making it look how I want, or spending an hour and a half painting it, making it look how I want. Well, economy of time says that it's better to just, go with the texture, So yeah, that's how I work. So there you go. Hope that's a long-winded explanation for, yeah, I use textures sometimes. And I'm just talking so long because, well, I'm trying to avoid having to paint more on this picture. Because right now I hate this picture. But again, it's a thing where I always hate my work until I'm closer to the end of it. And it's the way I am. You guys will have to deal with it. And like I said, to be fair, I think it's a thing where pretty much every artist out there hates their work at certain stages. It's like we don't have a choice.
Do you not remember me saying I did not like my Yoshi for a while there?
Yeah, exactly.
And then that's collectors. That's a really interesting concept. I'd never thought of that when I would draw. I like to draw distinct landscapes with big battles going on. That's really cool.
That's awesome. I love that kind of stuff.
Favorite thing to draw when I was younger was ants and dinosaurs. That was my two favorite things.
Yep. I never drew much when I was a kid. Like I never got into art. Like my art expression was writing, so that's what I started off with. I'm going to show you one of the more recent like landscape things that I did. You were mentioning like battle scenes and stuff. This is what I came up with, sort of not a strictly battle scene, but like, along the same kind of idea. I did this one last week. Yeah, last week. Right. Yeah, exactly. Like we all kind of like have that where like I know sometimes even when I finish up a piece, I still hate it until like maybe the next day I'll look at it and go, okay, well, that wasn't too bad, Yeah, I did too. I liked how it came out. But again, that's kind of like another example of something that I disliked, I did not like how it came out until like the day after. And I looked at it and I was like, okay, yeah, that's not too bad, Whereas Jolene the whole time was like, that's really good. I really like how that came out, blah, 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 and I'm just like, no. Right. Yeah, exactly, Beauty. Exactly. I have a lot of paintings and pictures and all that kind of stuff that I've done over time that I've just like I couldn't stand, you know? But that's the way it goes sometimes. And again, it kind of comes down to a thing where, okay, I can hate it. I can know that I hate it right now, but let me trust the process and see what's going to happen, you know? I'll run with it a while and we'll see what occurs. Okay, so I want to start adding in some highlights, and I definitely want to get like these eyes situated. The lips aren't quite doing what I want them to do either, but that's okay. We'll get there as we go. We'll do it live. And again, I'm trying to think like where the light's going to be coming from. So I think it's going to be kind of like an angle like this is what I'm running with, you know. So I'm going to highlight more on this side compared to this side. One problem I had when I first started doing paint work with all of this is my lips always came out very like leonine, you know, like cat-like sort of situation, a royalty vibe from the piece. Honestly, that's kind of where I'm thinking I might go. Like I want to add in like jewelry of some kind, and I'm thinking I'm going to add in sort of maybe a weird tiara kind of a thing up in here into the forehead area, but I haven't hit that yet. So usually like clothing and jewelry and that kind of stuff are part of like the end stages for me, because I want to get everything else down like as best as I can and kind of like then adjust what it's going to look like from there. I hope that makes sense. One thing too is that I don't always set out to make my images like human every time, I guess is the best way I can put it. Like I know they're probably going to be like humanoid, but I allow myself like the freedom to know that if at some point in time I get the feeling like there's an elf in this, then, you know, maybe I can add like an ear there or something like that, you know. So I always kind of like leave myself space to allow whatever wants to show up, you know. So one method that you guys can use to like like, okay, if you noticed what I did there, I kind of like laid out the dark area and then I like recovered it with the lighter color. So that's kind of one thing that you guys can do with your own artwork. If you're trying to get something to happen, what you can do is like draw in and then erase away, or do like other paint covering. So like in a traditional setting, if somebody's doing a painting, most of the time what they can do in order to add in like a sharp edge is they'll lay down like a splotch of paint, like, you know, like this, right? And then they'll use the different color to like paint over it to like give it that hard cut. You see what I mean? So instead of doing an eraser there, I just covered it up with other paint. So it gives it that like harder edge, you know, without having to subtract away from anything. So layer upon layer is basically what you do, right? So when I do my paintings, I kind of try to do as much as I can in that traditional sense where I'm not necessarily like erasing away, but I'm covering it with other paint so that I have a better like fine-tuned control over where the lines are going to be or the brush strokes are going to be and stuff. And it kind of, so like, again, I don't do traditional painting because I'm kind of scared of it, you know, because of, again, the way that my eyes work. I don't want to get my face like too close to the chemicals, too close to the stabbing myself with the brushes and that kind of stuff. Or, you know, spilling everything all over the place, which would be more likely what would occur. But with that in mind, I still try to do as much as I can in a traditional sense so that the end result has that kind of painterly feel to it, you know? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I always try to give it my best shot. So one thing that I need to do as well, I've got kind of like the outline of the eyes kind of like established at this point, but I want to make sure that I'm getting like this brow ridge area correct here too. Because I'm not necessarily satisfied with that. So, brows on humanoids act a little bit weird, you know? So I'm just trying to like follow the contours of what the skull would be doing underneath the skin. I'm not necessarily going for like hyper realism or anything like that, because I'm certainly not that kind of a painter. I don't have the skill set for that quite yet, but I try to, again, bear in mind what's going to be there in certain situations, you know? And I hope you guys don't mind me doing like little tutorial-y kind of stuff like that, because like it helps me from being too nervous being here with you guys with it. That really high forehead there was kind of driving me nuts, so I'm just going to kind of cover it up with a little bit of hair there. I am an author, actually. Yeah. I have 14 books and dozens of short stories published. I read a lot. So yeah, definitely read books. Once in a while I'll play, I do make audio dramatizations out of some of my stories, and once in a while on the stream here, I'll play them. Favorite genres for me are sci-fi, fantasy, and science fiction. That's primarily what I write as well. Sometimes a mixture of all three together. That's cool. That's cool. There are really good like versions of the tablets out there that work really well, you know. Huon puts out a good tablet. There's a really nice. I XP Pen, you know, they do a really good job too, at least from my experience so far. Although the artist version of it did not work out for our kiddo very well.
So the link I dropped is where you can go and see like the short stories and stuff that he's made. And to answer your question, yes, I read too. I like to read. I haven't read in a while, but
Haven't had time.
sure, yeah, true that.
Yeah,
But I
if
like
you
to
go
read sci-fi fantasy.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you go to that website there, theoriginalworlds.com, you can find all of my stories there. The books, the books that I sell are linked up there. There was a bit of I can kind of go into this a little bit because all right, so I've been both traditionally and self-published. And my traditional experience was horrifying. So okay. Sci-fi is your favorite? Recently finished Roadside Picnic. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I have not read that one yet, but I have heard that it is really good. That is one that I definitely want to pick up. So, okay, I've been writing for a very long time. Okay, a very long time. I've been writing since I was a teenager. My second wife was very abusive, and she took it upon herself to take all of the things that I had written to that point in time when I got married to her, and tried to teach me that I was useless. So she took everything that I wrote and threw it into a bonfire. And I stopped writing for a while after that. Then I restarted writing and got together with somebody else down the road. When we broke up, she took everything that I owned and stole it. Just took it. I went to work one day, came home, and everything was gone. So once again, I lost everything that I had written. When I got together with Jolene, I started writing again because she really encouraged my writing, loved what I did and all that kind of stuff. So she was very supportive of, trying to get me to restart it and do something with it, for which I'm grateful. So I did start writing again, started writing short stories, then started writing books. And, when I was doing the radio shows, so again, I was in talk radio for 6 years, hosted multiple shows. I've got so much content out there for these radio shows. It's pitiful. Yeah. I've got a lot of PTSD.
It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a lot of PTSD, from it all, but, so when I was doing the radio shows, I mentioned that I was a writer and stuff like that. And a traditional publishing company basically offered to take a look at my writing and see if I'd be worthy of publishing. So I sent them a couple of my stories and they decided that they wanted to publish me. So I went that direction, signed all the contracts and all the blah with it, and they published me. And it worked well. We made pretty good money with it. It was nice. So the publishing company, basically they paid their authors twice a year. They would do their books twice a year, once in February and then again in August. And then whatever money we earned in royalties would be given to us in March and September. So one year came around and the February bookkeeping came up. So I gave them a call to see, how things went, if I'd be getting anything or whatever. And I could see that my books were selling. I could see like the rankings on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and all that kind of stuff. I could see where they were at. I could see there have been sales made, right? In fact, a couple of my books hit #1 bestseller status on Amazon a couple of times, so like, I sold books, So they said, yeah, they're doing the accounting, but they'll send the money in March and everything, like they normally would. Right. Okay. So the March mark came around and, we ended up getting like tax refund money and all that kind of stuff coming in. So, yeah, did pretty well. So we had money coming in and we didn't like necessarily pay attention. We had a lot of stuff that was going on that year. So we didn't necessarily pay attention to where like it was coming from. We just assumed it was kind of all conglomerated together. Right. But then a couple of months afterwards, I got to asking Jolene, hey, by the way, how much did I get in the royalties this last time? And so she got to looking in the bank account and lo and behold, they never sent anything. Like there was nothing from them since the last time that they paid us in September the year before. So, I gave them a call and they said, oh, there must have been like some mistake made in transit. So they would cancel the check and they would, then issue in the September bookkeeping the doubled amount of what I was owed there in February plus what I'd be owed there, once the August mark came around. So I'm like, okay, no problem. I know crap happens, but then September came around, didn't have any money come in. October came around, didn't have any money come in. November came around, didn't have any money come in. I tried calling them up and, yeah, the company folded. So I talked to some other authors that were in this. I kind of like expected that that's what it was going to be because, again, being in the radio, one of the opportunities that I had was to interview a lot of authors. I interviewed a lot of authors, and some of those authors happen to be also in the stable of this same publishing company. So I had the chance to like talk to them personally, sending the messages and stuff. Hey, by the way, did you guys get your payments too? Nope, they hadn't either. So we kind of all made the assumption that crap was happening. Friend ran into that issue with his series. He's finally an independent publisher. He now writes, publishes, and does the art for all of his own books. That's awesome. I'll get to that in just a second. So the company folding, basically okay. So they not only have not given me the royalties for the sales of the books, but they also have not given me the rights to the books back either. So I cannot publish them under my own umbrella because if I was to do so, Amazon would count it as plagiarism and they would ding me and probably shut down my account. So I'm kind of screwed when it comes to these books that they published. What really sucks with it is I have like sequels and stuff written to these books that they've published and I can't do a damn thing with them because if I publish them under my own umbrella, which I can do, people would have to buy the first books to understand what's going on in the new books. And that means that the money would not be going to me. You see, I have talked to them, lambasted them, argued with them, trying to get the rights to the books back. They refused to do so.
Hun.
Yeah.
I have an idea of what you could do. This probably wouldn't work. You still probably wouldn't be able to do it on Amazon still. But you could just, because you have 3 written, right? Or is it just 2?
Sequels, you mean?
Yeah. Like you have
there's
3 books
2
in the
sequels,
series.
yeah.
There's 2?
Yeah.
So how many books total?
2. There's 2 sequels that I can't publish.
Okay. How many books total are there in the whole entire series? 3, right?
3.
3. Okay. What about like putting them together as like a one large 3 sequels and 1 book?
It's like an anthology kind of a thing.
Right.
That could work. Because it would be considered significantly different then. Because the problem with Amazon is that, like, if I was to publish them myself, it would count as plagiarism unless I did things significantly different. And for them, significant difference means that it would have to be about 70% worth of content being redone in order for it to be considered significantly
Well, in
different.
this case, it'd be 70% stuff added to it.
Right. Which would be, it would count. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I might run into maybe doing something like that. Okay. So they refused to give me the rights to the books back, right? So I see, again, that sales of those books are still going on and they're getting the money, but they claim that they don't owe me the money because I did not sign the contract with the individuals. I signed it with the company. And it's the same situation actually that's happening with another author named Ellen Dean Foster, who has written a metric fuck ton worth of books. But some of the books that he's written have been in the Star Wars universe, including like the novelizations of all of the movies and everything. Disney has not paid him any of his royalties since Disney bought Lucas, because they claim that he signed the contract with Lucas, not with them. And even though they purchased Lucas, they do not feel like they have the requirement to pay him because the contract is not with them. So the same thing is what's happening to me. These people are getting the money off of the sales of my books, but they claim that they don't have to pay me because I didn't sign the contract with them. I signed it with their company, you see? So it's like, it's screwy because like, I know I could sue them for breach of contract, but getting an entertainment lawyer is super freaking expensive. I'm in the wrong business. I'm telling you, I'm on the wrong side of the entertainment business. If you want to make money in the entertainment business, become an entertainment lawyer because they make bank, like big bank. By the time that it would, like, the court costs and the attorney's fees and everything like that would be done, it wouldn't be worth what I'm actually owed. You know what I mean? Like I'd be spending out more money to get the money, than the money that I would get. So it's just not worth it to me. So I've been trying to figure out like what to do with this situation, because again, I've got these sequels written for these books that they've got under their umbrella, So yeah, $250 an hour. And that's just a walk in the damn door, like, okay. Shadow Genesis Book 1. He kept the premise and rewrote the entire book, but the series is his baby. He'd be damned if he lost Shadow Genesis. I'm so happy to say I have added to his recent paychecks. That's awesome. Like I said, Jolene just came up with a good idea. I might do that where I put it into a collection, and that might actually be a good way to do it.
Plus two, the copy of it, or is that not the one? The copy that they uploaded isn't even the correctly edited
okay.
anyway.
So that's something, right? So like, okay, when I write and I put it all together and everything, I have it like I it's all edited, it's proofread, everything is like set. Literally the only thing a publishing company would have to do is press a button and it's done. Like that's it, right? Everything is totally prepped up and ready to go. I make sure of it because I'm pretty obsessive about that. So I did that with this particular publishing company. And when they sent me the proof copy of the first book that they were going to publish, it was like full of typos. It had like sentences out of place. There were errors all over the place. I'm like, what the frick did you people do to this book? Literally the only thing you had to do is hit a button and it's done. So they did republish it with the corrections, with the original manuscript, but still like it really pissed me off, Now the other books from them, like from that point forward, were fine, right? I don't know what happened with that one in particular. But I do know that kind of thing does happen sometimes, but yeah. So it's like the whole thing was really, really disheartening for me. So, I mean, it's like at this point, I have all these books published, but what do I do with it? You know? Don't get me wrong. I still love to write, but I haven't written for a while because of all of these things, you know, like the PTSD that I had with everything to begin with, you know, because of what my exes did to me, is really strong. If I go to sit down to write, I actually have to fight myself to get the words started because I feel like I'm useless, you know? And no matter how much Jolene protests otherwise, you know, it's still something that I was taught, and it's hard to break that, that coding that you have on you, you know? But that's one of the reasons why I like doing the painting, because I don't have that kind of thing associated with it as much, you know? Like it's not there as drastically, so there's no resistance when I'm just sitting down to do it. You know, I don't have that resistance that's there. So my eyes are getting a little fuzzy, baby. Can you read the text there to me?
Yeah. The collector had said they pretty much have you at their mercy. Beauty said the cover art was his copyright design, so he was able to still use it. I help him a lot with his brainchild of his when we were younger. We did a lot, and I mean a lot of back and forth. He got me into writing, and I have picked it up again. Just no time to work on it when I started. That's really cool. And then the collector said, yeah, it's disheartening when you've got things going against you,
Hi, Ira
right?
and Jolene.
Hi, Lillian. How you doing? Tuck to the hand. Good to see you. We were just discussing some of the stuff that is prevalent in the publishing world and the industry and the entertainment industry in general. It can be a royal pain. Beauty, that is really cool. I'm glad that you had the chance to help him out with all of that, and that it pushed you to write too. Like I am such a big advocate for people to express their creativity in some kind of way, you know, whether it's through writing, whether it's through journaling, blogging, you know, art, anything is creative.
Cooking.
You know, cooking, right? Exactly. Crocheting, you know, if you're like, I feel that there is so much like destruction in this world, you know, so much darkness and destruction in this world, that like anything that we can do to add a touch of creativity into the world it adds to the energy that's there in the world. You know, it takes a little bit of that destruction away. You know, one of my most precious possessions is and you know, video games are a lot different these days. When they put out like their collector's editions and stuff, they don't really like do as much as they used to, you know. But there was a game that came out many years ago called World in Conflict, and I ended up getting the collector's edition of it. And one of the things that they had inside of that collector's edition was a piece of the Berlin Wall. And this chunk of the Berlin Wall that I have still has like graffiti on it from, see, I'm almost tearing up just talking about it. It has like graffiti on it from the people who painted on this wall in protest, you know. It's a very special thing to me, because like I think that wall literally fell because of the weight of all of the creative things that were thrown at it, you know, like that darkness that it was built for broke because people did something creative against it, you know. And I know that may sound a little weird, but it's like I feel like that, like every splash of paint that went on that wall is what helped to break it down. Every splash of paint meant something. You know, it was put there with a passion in the heart, knowing that they could be thrown in jail just for thinking about doing it, you know? But there they were doing it. So I think that every creative thing that we can do as people helps to take a stand against the darkness that's in the world that much more. And maybe I'm a little weird for that, but that's how I feel. Okay, let me catch up on chat here a little bit.
I can read it. Robin says, I'm still here listening, just working on my dragon. That's really cool. If you finish him, you'll have to share him.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Death Collector said, I actually started writing a journal last week. That's really awesome. Is it a bullet journal? Nobody does bullet journals, but I do a bullet journal. So is it that? Probably not. You just said journal, but. And then Beauty says, and get me back into writing. Music and writing are my things. Art's not my strong point, and only did 2 years of it. Writing, I kind of miss my world that I built in my head. And then Robin said, oh, it will be a while. Okay. I'm almost done. I got the head of your, the bare basics of your back done. And then I'm about to be done with the body. And then I still have to do the ears and the wings and stuff. But I might finish him tonight. Might.
You catch that? She's not making any guarantees. Beauty, I can totally understand that. That's why I called my website originalworlds.com. You know, it's like I have so many different worlds in my head that I've built that I've tried to express in some kind of way. So that's why I called it Original Worlds. It's a mixture of things, thoughts, questions, some past stories, thoughts and feelings, that sort of thing. That's cool. That's cool. I think that journaling is something really important for people to do. I don't journal myself, but I do think that my art and my writing too, in different ways, is sort of journaling for me. When I write something, it's very cathartic kind of an experience. I put a lot of my own emotions into it in some kind of way. And I do the same with my painting. Like when you guys see me sitting here painting, I'm feeling a lot of emotions, you know, like sometimes, yes, it's frustration and hatred about the painting, but I'm feeling a lot of different things, you know, and it's like, so you can almost look at the stories that I'm telling through the art that I do, as a little piece of the journey that I'm going through in this life, you know. I don't know how long I've got left, you know, and I want to try to get as much of things out as I can. I'm not as young as I used to be. I wish I would have started this years ago, you know, but it is what it is. So yeah, that's kind of what I run with, you know. It's almost my own little kind of journal. Whereas Jolene is all about bullet journaling and putting down every single little thing that she possibly can in the bullet journals. She's obsessed with it.
Yeah, if we ever get me a top-down camera, I will happily show everybody what my bullet journal is.
Yeah.
I mean, most people do lots of artsy stuff in theirs. I actually don't, but same difference. I can still show it off. Show off the non-traditional version.
You non-trad.
Right.
So I was going to get back to talking about the self-publishing stuff. So right now I've got 9 that I've self-published. I think it's 9. And I have enjoyed the experience a lot. And I know that a lot of people poo-poo on the idea about doing self-publishing. But honestly, I know I can name 24 people right now that I know are making more than $100,000 a year writing and self-publishing. And I could probably name a good dozen that are self-publishing that make over $1 million a year. It's about it's not about self-publishing in itself, but it's about what you do with it. You know, like you have to do a lot of legwork, a lot of marketing, a lot of legwork to make self-publishing really work. But at the same time, bear in mind that these days, when it comes to traditional publishing, you have to do just as much legwork. Like, no kidding. Like, unless you walk into a publishing company and you already have like a very big name for yourself, they're going to do nothing to really back you up. They're going to publish your book. Yes, but they're not really going to do anything to back you up. Any marketing that needs to be done and all that kind of stuff, they may do like a little modicum of it, but primarily it's going to be you, on the ground, grassroots efforts trying to get your book to sell. That's really what it comes down to. And a lot of people don't realize that, again, unless you're walking in as a big name, like Stephen King, for instance, a publishing company would fall over heels trying to get a hold of. They will throw him everything to make sure that he's going to get published with them, right? But someone like me, someone like you, you know, the littler guys, they may go ahead and publish you, and they may give you that advance on the check, but in the contract of the advance, it'll say, by the way, this is just an advance, and if you don't sell more books than what this advance is worth for, then you are going to actually owe us back whatever. It's basically a loan. Honestly, that's what it comes down to. So it's real difficult in today's traditional publishing world to make a big go at it unless you already walk into the situation with like guns in hand kind of a thing. So I know, for instance, one person who did get a traditional publishing contract, and they got a really good contract, but they walked into the situation with like 250,000 YouTube followers, and another like 100,000 Twitter followers, and like very active community backing them up. So the publishing company like recognized, okay, this person has kind of almost a juggernaut kind of a situation. We know that they're going to sell at least probably X amount of books, you know, so it was not as risky for them to sign a contract that a first time published person would not end up receiving. They were more like comfortable with it. But unless you have that kind of power behind you, you're probably not going to get the best contract in the world. You know, it's gonna take a fair bit for you to like recoup the losses that they're doing before you actually start seeing any kind of profit. So like one of the contract situations that might come up, and this is probably the most common, is that, okay, we will advance you $5,000, but any book sales that are done, you are not going to receive any royalties from until it has reached that $5,000 threshold. Then from that $5,000 further, then you'll start getting royalties. So unless you sell $5,000 worth of books, you're not going to see any more money. And most of the time the contract will state that you will actually owe whatever advance back to them that was not garnered by the company. So it's a bit of a screw job a lot of times, you know. Not saying not to try, you know, I'm not saying not to try, but there are advantages to doing self-publishing that traditional publishing doesn't allow you to do. With self-publishing, you have the ability to like write whatever story you want, be true to your own self and your own story, and try to make a go at selling it. The problem is somebody going to buy it? You know what I mean? Like if you're a little too out there, you might not have much of an audience unless you can find a really good niche to hit.
And then a con against traditional publishing that not many people really know or take into consideration is that with traditional publishing, you know, if you get the contract and everything, you have a time frame to write. They don't want you, they're not going to sit around and wait for you to write whatever you're going to write. They need something sooner than that. So if you're not a quick enough writer, you might not meet their demands and then they'll drop you.
Right. Yeah. That's if they even like accepted it as a premise as opposed to needing the full manuscript from the get-go, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There are also like other options that you can do. If you do short stories, or like talking in the fiction realm, you know, if you do short stories, if you do nonfiction, this can apply too. But there is a website that that you guys can use. Let me grab it here for you, and I'll throw it into the chat. Let me see. Give me just a second. Sorry, guys. Well, where the heck is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this website right here, Raylan.com. If you do short stories and stuff like that, this website is really good to make use of to try to find like magazines, blogs, e-zines, newspapers, you name it, basically anywhere that has submissions open to be able to like send your manuscripts to. They have aggregated it and they keep track of like when they open and close and stuff. So it's a really good website for people who are writers, to try to find different zines that will publish your work, and it like breaks it down to like they will pay you X amount of money per word, or they'll pay you X amount of money per story and that kind of stuff. What kind of rights you have with it. I mean, it's a really good site to make use of. So if you guys are like wanting to try to find something as a self-published person to like get that little bit of cash influx, that website can really help you out. So you can like do different submissions to different places and try to, you know, sell your work to these different like things. So there you go. You can make use of that. It's pretty good, you know. So like I said, there's a lot of really good advantages to doing self-publishing, because again, you can write what you want. You probably will find a niche for it somewhere, you know, whereas with traditional publishing, you've got to kind of like really hit a specific umbrella, you know, and not step out of the line of that umbrella, or they just won't publish it, you know. But I think that for every story out there, there's at least a reader, you know. So it's just a matter of trying to find that reader. So the other aspect of things, again, with self-publishing is that the marketing is going to be on your head more than anything else. You know, it's just the way that it is. And unfortunately, it's that way with traditional publishing a lot too. So like, you have to like just publishing, hitting the publish button on Amazon and stuff, isn't going to get you very much. Like you might sell a little bit, but it's not going to get you very much. What you need to do is try to market it through various advertising means. And a lot of people get very confused when it comes to like trying to do that. So if you guys don't mind, I'll give you a little bit of advice as far as that goes. One of the things to like, okay, so one of the biggest places to advertise, unless you like, okay, so you can advertise through Amazon itself, right? You can pay to have Amazon put the link to your book in front of people's eyes. Okay. if you don't want to go that route and you want to do like marketing elsewhere, one of the things that you could do is do Facebook marketing. They are like Facebook book marketing is probably one of the biggest advertising opportunities that most authors have. But the problem is most people don't know how to do the Facebook ads. So what I would recommend is, okay, when most people try to do advertising on Facebook, and this goes for like anything. So like art sales, book sales, clothing, you know, you name it, right? Anything that can be sold. Heed my words here if you're trying to sell anything. Okay. Most people, when they set up the ad, will try to target as many people as you possibly can. Like fling it out there, shotgun effect. We're going to tag as many people as we possibly can. Right. But every time that one of those ads appears in front of somebody, it deducts the ad fee out of your account. Okay. So if you put in like, okay, I'm going to spend $5 a day doing advertising, which is a doable start, right? That's a doable start. You'll be able to garner at least some sales with it. But let's say you're going to spend $5. That's your budget, $5 a day doing advertising. Okay. Every time one of those ads appears in front of somebody's eyes, you're going to be paying like 5 cents or 20 cents or whatever you've agreed to. You know, you set your price and Facebook will act like it's a bid, you know, in an auction. The higher you pay, the more likely you're going to be serving the ad, you know. Most people shotgun effect it and they'll try to target like the whole freaking world. My advice is not to do that. My advice is to walk into doing the advertising with as good of an idea of the person that you're trying to target as you possibly can. What you want to do is make it so that you are looking for that one person who, if they see this ad and they read the text on the ad or they see the picture of the ad and so on and so forth, if they look at it, they are instantly going to go, oh fuck, I have to buy that right now. Okay. That is the person that you're looking for. So you want to like try to target your advertising as niched down into that as you possibly can. So that then when you are paying the advertising money out, every ad that gets served is going to specifically go for that one single person that desperately wants whatever it is that you're trying to sell, whether that's a book, clothing, whatever, you know? And most businesses, that's what you got to look at it as. You know, you're writing, if you're self-publishing, this is your business. Okay. Even Twitch can be looked at that way, you know? Everything you want it, like every business that's out there tends not to do this. They shotgun effect it. They try to target everybody that they possibly can. You know what I mean? And it doesn't work that way. Like it's good money after bad sort of a thing. But if you can target it down as closely as you can to the mark of the person that you're trying to target, then your ad is going to be that much more successful and you're more likely going to sell that book. So just kind of a couple of things to bear in mind. If you guys are going to do publishing, you know, go for it. I totally encourage everybody out there to try, you know, but do it smart. You know, you're not Stephen King. You know, you're not going to sell the book just based on your name. You've got to really like niche down into exactly who you want to target. So I hope all that makes sense. Long-winded. I could talk about publishing and stuff for hours. Literally, I could. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm on a weird topic and you guys want me to shut up.
This is not sarcasm in any way. I love the fact that you're talking about publishing and self-publishing.
Thank you. I'm glad that it's at least worthwhile, you know. I want people to learn from my experiences, you know, my failures and my successes. And that's all that I want for anybody that's out there. I think that doing it is a worthy endeavor, It's just there's so many like pitfalls that go with it that people don't like recognize or realize are there, until it's too late. So thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I need to go pee. I've been talking a while now. I'm going to have Jolene take over talking here for a moment while I go take a bio break. So give me just a moment, folks. Vamp, darling, vamp. As she sits completely silently.
Sorry, I was watching something real quick there on a little feature I wanted to add to this little bat. Hi. How are y'all? I hope y'all are doing good. Got the whole body of the bat done. I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I'm adding a little arm. Cool little feature I found while looking things up. I'm trying to figure out how she does this, so. How is everyone doing? This has been illuminating. Yeah, he can talk. Yeah, I mean, seriously, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask because he can happily answer any and all questions you guys have as far as self-publishing, traditional publishing, writing, yeah, just anything and everything. He will happily answer your questions in regards to it all. So. As you can tell, this is a passion point for him. If you couldn't tell. If you could not tell, this is a passion point for him. I think you all can tell, though. If you can't, I don't know what to say.
If you can't tell, it's a what?
That this is a passion point for you.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let me also add in here real quick, too, because I was thinking of this as I was in the bathroom. Let me throw in too that if you guys do want to do self-publishing, again, I totally encourage it. Please do. Be very careful not to fall into the vanity presses. Okay. So if you're going to do self-publishing, obviously you're probably going to be doing research, and I encourage you to do all the research that you can with it, right? You're going to run across places though that are going to be like, oh, we'll publish your book for you and blah, 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 blah. Right. Okay. So don't ever pay to be published. Like if a company is trying to say, we're going to publish you, but you need to pay X amount or whatever, don't do it. Please, for the love of God and all that's holy, don't do it, because that is nothing more than a vanity press and you're going to get screwed. Like literally, that is what they're there for. If you want, if you want to like, okay, so the thing that vanity presses will do for you is if you just want to have like a physical copy of a book that you wrote to say, look, I wrote a book, here you go, right? If you want to do something like that, then that's the only thing that like they would have an advantage with, right? That's literally the only thing that they would do for you is just to give you a physical copy of your book, but you're paying for that copy. You know what I mean? Like, and I've seen people fall into these vanity presses and end up paying like $5,000 and $6,000, to like publish their book and stuff. And it's like, oh God, please don't do that. Please don't do that. Like, it's already expensive enough sometimes, if like, I do recommend, if people, okay, so Fox Indoor Bull High. How can I put this? Okay. So like, if you're going to publish, I do recommend like editing the book, in some kind of way. And some people, like, depending on who you are, depending on the writing style that you have and all that kind of stuff, you might need like some editing help, right? So editing though costs a bit of money. I mean, it can cost a lot. Some people charge like per word. Some people do it per manuscript and that kind of thing, or per X amount of words or whatever. But you want to at least maybe have somebody take a look at it besides yourself. For me, I have Jolene. Thankfully, she's a good enough editor for me to like recognize where plot holes are, recognize where I need proofreading, on and on and on. She really helps me out with it. And I feel comfortable publishing knowing that she has looked at it, because she is going to be like the biggest critic for me. She's my first line of defense with it. Not that she doesn't enjoy my work or anything like that, but she will call out my bullshit if she finds something that's wrong. Because that's who she is, right? So I know this about her. So I know that if she says this is good, then I can rely on the fact that it's good. Now, I do need, however, to learn that when it comes to my paintings. Because she'll tell me that it's good, and I'm just like, no, you're full of shit. But I know I've been able to learn, enough that it breaks her heart when she tells me, by the way, something here is wrong. You know what I mean? So I know that if she's mentioning it, that she does consider something incorrect, or maybe could be written better or clearer or something like that.
Especially because I know you're trying to get better and, pussyfooting around the idea just because of it might hurt your feelings. There's the dichotomy of, I'm not going to just be nicey nice just because you're my husband. I'm going to, if you're wanting to learn, so I will be brutal with you and be like, yeah, that eye's wrong. But at the same time, then it like breaks you and you're like, oh, it's like, oh my God, honey, you're a little melodramatic. It's fine. You can easily fix what I'm saying. I will suggest what you can do. It's not like the end of the world. Or I will give you ideas on how to run with said error and make it so that it's not an error,
Right. But my point is that like, I really recommend, if you're going to do writing, have somebody that's there that is going to call you out on your bullshit. If you are doing something incorrect, they will be the first ones to say, okay, something here was wrong. Let's see what we can do to fix it. I don't mean somebody being critical. I just mean somebody that can be like helping you spot where things are not the strongest. Okay. So what you could do is like, there are a lot of places out there that have like beta readers that will take a look at your manuscript for you. They'll read it, and they'll offer you critiques with it. And I recommend doing things like that if you don't have a Jolene in your life to help you out with it. And most of the time, those kind of places are free, so just throwing it out there that you could use that as a kind of a backup situation if you don't have like friends or family that would be willing to take on that mantle for you. Cause it is a lot of work, honestly, for somebody to like read your writing, and critique it. It's not always the easiest thing, So, but either way, like you're probably going to want to do an editing kind of a situation in some kind of way. So one of the things that I do, and this is just throwing it out there again, for help for you guys. There is a piece of software out there called Pro Writing Aid. And I can try to type that here in the chat for you guys so you can copy and paste it if you want to. Let's see here. It's all one word. It is Pro Writing Aid, spelled just like that. So, this piece of software, like you can get it, like you can, okay, it's a licensed kind of a software, but you can get it so that it's a lifetime or a yearly or something like that. And honestly, it's reasonably cheap. I think for the lifetime version of it, I paid like $100 for it one time. In other words, otherwise it's like, 40-ish a year or something like that. The thing that Pro Writing Aid does, number one, like, okay, I have a big issue when I write that I use certain words a little bit too frequently. And I recognize that in myself, right? So instead of having Jolene sit and try to find every version of this particular word, and instead of me trying to find every particular version of this word, this software will examine your manuscript and it will like point out, okay, you've used this word like 100 times within this 10,000 word area. Here's where they're at. We recommend cutting it down by about 3% to become like the average of what would be there in a normal manuscript, kind of a thing. It's very handy, you know, to do that kind of thing. And what's really cool with it is that like, as you're going through reading the text through the software, if there's a word that you feel like could be different, you know, like the word doesn't feel like it's strong thesaurus or something like that in that particular case, all you have to do is click on the word in that software, and it'll bring up like a thesaurus version of all the synonyms and all the antonyms of that word so that you can try to find a stronger word. And you just click the word and whoop, it replaces it in the text. You know, it's like really, it's very handy. You know, it's a very, it'll point out like where grammar errors are. It'll point out where like you've accidentally hit the period key 2 times instead of 3 times or 1 time. It'll like point out, okay, this sentence did not begin with a capital. You might want to capitalize this sentence. I mean, it'll tell you like all the different stuff, right? It's a potent little piece of software. And it will also examine the text, and you can put into it, okay, I'm writing a science fiction story, or I'm writing a fiction story, I'm writing a journal, or I'm writing a science article, you know. And it will examine the article or the book, the manuscript that you've got, and it will tell you, okay, grammatically speaking, the words and phrases that you're using within this text are about a 4th grade reading level, a 10th grade reading level, a 12th grade reading level, so on and so forth. That'll like actually point out like whether or not your text is going to be like suited for the particular audience that you're aiming for. You know, it's kind of weird, right? But it's really cool. It's a very potent little piece of software. Well, hey, Ali, I'm talking about books again, talking about books and writing. How was your nappy? So where was I going? Okay. So I got a weird thing for you here. If you're doing the writing stuff, did you know that the average reading level of America is 4th grade? So if you're trying to write a book and you're trying to target as many people as you can, 4th grade reading level is what you want to aim at. Like, it's kind of crazy, right? But it's the truth. Like that's what we have in America as far as like the average reading level is concerned. So if you're trying to go like with more of a generalized kind of a book, you know, you want to kind of like simplify the phrases, you know, don't be too obtuse with it. Don't be an Ira, you know, and write the big words. But you know, if you're going with one that's like you're trying to target people that are, you know, more higher educated or something along those lines, then you can like kind of, you know, write your script to target that kind of a thing, you know. Trying your sandwich now. It was both earlier. I don't know if it's still both. They're all the same. They're just the fab. That's it. They're both the same. They don't exist separate from each other. So yeah, anyways, that piece of software I definitely recommend. And like I said, if it's a good backup. Like if you're going to use an editor, I would recommend having the manuscript be as edited as you can before sending it to an editor, because editors are very expensive. I do recommend editing your script in some kind of way, but you know, try to save yourself the buck, you know, by not having like all kinds of grammatical errors and stuff like that in there, you know, save them the time, by already having all of that kind of completed. And you can save yourself a good $100 on an editor doing that kind of thing, you know. They're not cheap, but rightfully so. You know, they do help to beef up your manuscript to be the best that it can be. But it's like, you kind of have to decide whether the manuscript that you have, you know, be honest with yourself. We all, when we write, think that it's the best thing that's ever been written and it's the great American novel kind of a thing, right? But it's not always the case. Sometimes it's a good story, right? But it's not like, oh my God, this thing's going to sell 1 million copies out the door kind of a thing. You know what I mean? But if it's enjoyable, if it's a good story, then it can sell. You know, that's the point. Just make it a good story. That's all anybody can expect. So which sandwich are you eating? Are you finally eating that Reuben? That's cool. How do you like it so far? I thought they did a good job with it personally. For the bite that I took. Well, I didn't take the bite. I cut a piece off, but you know. It's better when it's like fresh and hot. I will say that. Like Reubens are pretty good, but they're like, it's kind of weird. Cause like, for instance, Jolene really loves sauerkraut, really loves corned beef, but doesn't like Reuben sandwiches. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's kind of like
it doesn't
Jolene,
make sense to me.
It's kind of like Jolene loves apples, loves cinnamon,
but I don't like.
But can't stand apples and cinnamon together.
Cinnamon. Yeah. Or apple pie because of all the cinnamon. Yeah. It makes no sense. I absolutely love apples. I eat an apple almost every day. And I love cinnamon. But yeah, just mixed together. I'm not a fan. So the silliness of things.
She's weird.
I am, and I admit it.
Yeah, no apple pie, right? Exactly. It's just wrong on every level.
As long as it's not too cinnamony, sure, I'll eat it. Because I have had apple pie. I've had apple pie. I can attest I've had apple pie, and I've had baked apples and stuff. Just like, for whatever reason, if it's overloaded with a cinnamon flavor, I just cannot eat it. So...
It is a no-do for her. You're a slut for apple.
This is totally off topic, but at the place where we got the chicken today, they have a lot of locally sold stuff. You know, because we're out in like Amishville and stuff. So there's like a lot of different stuff there. And I got a tea. Oh my goodness. So I have the tea to my left. So I was going to look at it. I was going to grab it. And as I do that, I see underneath the door, just suddenly 2 little kitty paws go stretching underneath the door. Just stretching. Not trying to come in, not scratching in, just stretch.
Just there. Sudden
so anyways,
cat. Sudden cat is sudden.
So it's a package of loose leaf green tea, but it's tropical peach green tea. So it has green tea, candied pineapple, sweet macaroon, coconut sugar, water, peach, mango, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I thought it sounded pretty good. I haven't tried it yet. I will try it tomorrow though. Because if I try it tonight, I'm sure I will be in the bathroom more often than I have been.
No way. had to get to these eyes a little bit because they were freaking me out as they were just standing there. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the talk of all the publishing stuff. It is definitely a passion point for me. I think the publishing industry over the years has changed a lot, you know, and I've been through both sides of it. And I think that nowadays more than ever, it's easier for people to make a go of it, you know, if they want to give it a shot. So go for it. And if you guys ever need like any help or advice or anything along those lines with it, please let me know. Like, again, you can tell I love talking about the stuff and trying to help out with it. So. Oh, really? Did they? That's cool. I haven't even looked there for a while. That is cool.
In stormtrooper churches, there are no pews.
You are right on that one, Dr. Napkins. You are indeed correct. How you doing tonight, Doc? How's your patience?
We have a Mr. Napkins. Hi, Mr. Napkins.
He's
How
not
are
Mr.
you?
He's Doctor. The doctor is in.
Doctor, Mr. Whatever.
Mr. Doctor. What the crap are you doing over there, woman?
I hunger, so I'm trying out the Tangy Ranch Doritos.
The Tangy Rat, huh?
You want to try one?
Sure. I'll give it a try. So, tangy ranch. Tastes more like dill pickle to me. I'm not sure if I like it. Have we suddenly become a mukbang?
That's awesome, Dr. Napkins. We were just talking about writing. I don't know if you came in and heard that or not, but
I just had like an hour-long conversation about writing. I am totally happy to go back over anything. Keep me away from having to do this picture.
do what?
I'm totally happy to talk about anything. Get me away from this picture. Yeah, that'd be cool. Where are you traveling to? Not allowed to go anywhere. Missed your mom's birthday, so I'm visiting folks in Maryland. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's cool. Song sounds like frogs. please your little gay heart. This picture is scaring me.
So why is it scaring you? And then Dr. Nepkin says, is that the face that says, dang it, that's the 50th dad joke today?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, it just feels like so off to me. I know, we were just discussing that earlier.
By the way, Nepkins, I don't know if you know this. There's a new thing you can redeem. You can redeem to make Ira rant about whatever topic you want for a whole minute.
You can indeed.
Hopkins says, I've been watching a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima to pass the time during quarantine. Still not done with it.
Oh, really? How is that game? I've heard of that, but I've not checked into that one. Hello, Lillian. Yeah, that got me too. That got me too. Lillian coming in with the kill.
Hey, I'm studying biology. I needed the excitement. Lillian is the best. Love you.
Gotta do whatever you gotta do to keep the bio thing going. Indeed. I'm glad that we can be here to help. I mean, biology can be, just depends on the biology you're studying.
I request that you rant about biology for 1 minute, sir.
Ah, yes. Yes, indeed.
I did redeem it too, so I am ready when you are.
Okay. Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
So the problem with studying biology is that not enough people study biology. Not enough people study the right kind of biology. Are we talking about like the biology that's like, you know, all tied into the biblical stuff? Or are we talking about legitimate scientific biology? Because there's a big difference between the two. And a lot of people don't know that there's a difference between the two. We have like a problem in America, especially where people like get taught these different things in school that don't freaking matter, right? Like, don't freaking matter. Like, biology is biology. It doesn't matter whether you're like somebody that's like running around 5,000 years ago or whether it's today. If you do things incorrectly, well then, you know, you've got a problem, right? So biology needs to be studied, but it needs to be studied in certain ways. It needs to be studied scientifically. It needs to be legitimately studied. And I don't all these pseudosciences that are out there. Believe me, I've encountered all the pseudosciences before. All these pseudosciences out there don't have anything to do with what actually happens in the human body or in any other body out there. You know, it's ridiculous. And people always tie the two together. There you go. So annoying. Hope that rant helps. Right. Legit though, like a lot of people need to have a couple of lessons. Have you seen the news? Like, it's crazy. I was wondering why this wasn't going well, and then I realized that I had my tablet turned slightly, so like I couldn't aim correctly. So Lillian, out of curiosity, with you doing the bio studies and stuff, what degree is it that you're trying to go with? Like, ultimately, what is it that you're trying to accomplish, just out of curiosity? I know you've mentioned it before, I can't remember. I've slept since then, I'm sorry.
He's an old fart. Ignore
Old!
Ignore the dustiness that is his memory. Although, to be legit, I can't remember either.
My mind is like a steel trap. It's rusted, but it's steel nonetheless. Hippie Santa.
I'm going for a strategic communication or media relations or public relations degree. The precise degree name depends on the school I ultimately go to.
That's right, yeah. See, I was thinking it had to do with communications and I couldn't remember for sure.
Ooh, Dr. Napkin said I had an interview at GameStop today. Went well, I think. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Our son Seth loves GameStop. Loves GameStop.
It is his mecca.
It is.
Gotcha. So you got a little bit of a foot in the door anyway. That's cool. Well, I wish you the best of luck with it for sure. I think it'd be a cool place to work. Overall. I know there's problems with it, but what place doesn't have problems, right? They recently had that big influx of cash come in. Ah, okay, gotcha. That's cool. Well, it should go well then. He's busy making noise over there.
Your wife just got offered a promotion. That's pretty awesome. Can't complain with that now, can you?
That is really awesome.
$38 minimum per week at $12 an hour. Yeah, can't complain with that.
Heck yeah. I think the problem I'm having with this face in particular is that I didn't start it off with like a bit of redness. I started it more with a yellowness, and it's like really throwing me off. So I'm kind of trying to maybe back it off with a little bit of red, see what happens. I don't know. I'm still working it. We'll see what happens.
Work it, boyfriend.
I'm working it.
Work it. Work it.
Giving it my best. I could do that, Ollie. I'm trying to maybe do camera raw. See what happens. Easter Islandish, yeah, a little bit. Started off looking like Sigourney Weaver to me, but you're going to return to streaming tomorrow. That's cool. That's good. What will you be doing? Glad you're finally feeling good enough to do it. Ooh, gonna be playing Skyrim. That's cool. I haven't played that in a while. I love Skyrim though. Hey Crypt, how you doing? In your sawdust cloud. I love how you make those entrances. I do the same thing. Like I usually do, like when I go into somebody's chat room, I'm like, Blind Dead appears out of nowhere, but he's unnoticed. Glitter and lament following in his wake and stuff like that, just to see what people do. I love doing that kind of thing. Friends are going to be playing too, and we'll be chatting, but doing our own thing. That's cool. That's cool. Napkins. Not too bad. Not too bad. Getting through. I started off this piece, and I'm like really, really, really dissatisfied with it. But that happens sometimes. So I'm trying to do what I can to like kind of maybe correct things a little bit, see what I can do to adjust stuff.
Hello, Crypt. Nice to see you stop by. How are you on this wonderful evening?
Is it a wonderful evening? It's been a beautiful day. I mean, that red hair against the The way the skin's looking there is really striking and cool, but yeah, always. I was just discussing that a little bit ago too.
Oh, are you doing the stitched thing? So that's what her prompt is, right? Because I was wanting to do something for it. Did you hear what I was wanting to do? I just don't have the colors to do it, but did you hear what I was going to do for her prompt? And then Lillian said, cool name. And then Ollie says, hey, Papa, a game came out recently called Honey, I Joined a Cult.
Yes, I saw that got released. I've had it on my wish list for a while.
So I was going to, since the theme is stitch and I crochet, I was going to crochet Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, and then I was going to also kind of turn it into a voodoo doll at the same time. So a stitched Stitch.
I think it would look really cool.
That's a pretty awesome concept. See, I thought it was. I like to do ironic things. And then Robin has redeemed rant about 1 minute about cults on Twitch.
Alrighty.
When you paint with all the colors of the wind.
Oh, I could rant about that for a good hour. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
So one of the problems with Twitch is that, like, you get more viewers as you get more viewers. Like, that's one of the basic problems with it, right? And it's almost like some of these big, huge Twitch users are almost forming cults in a way. You know, especially the ones who follow, like, the hot tubs version of things. It kind of almost drives me nuts a little bit. I'd like to be able to form a cult myself here on Twitch. Maybe I should start a hot tub kind of a stream. Would you guys like to see a hot tub stream with me? I don't think anybody needs to see that. But, you know, maybe I could have my own little cult following with, you know, something along those lines. I think it might be fun. Like, I think it might be fun because these people out there, they're obviously having a great old time. They're having a good old time doing the cults, you know, with their hot tubs and stuff. Maybe I should do a hot tub stream. How about that for my 300 follower thing? I can do a hot tub stream. Yes, indeed. So, cults on Twitch, definitely hot tubs centric.
You ended like a whole second early. You were like, I'm winding down. I'm done. I know it's almost here. I'm just gonna be here. Blind dad streaks. Yeah, there you go. You need to streak.
So I am legitimately though thinking about changing my username around a little bit.
Oh my gosh, already?
Well, no. Here's the thing. Okay, so like.
Okay, hold on. He has changed his YouTube name like 5 times now. Okay, so that's why I said already.
Shut up, woman. You got nothing to say here. Go make me my waffles. Woman, where's my waffles? Anyway, I am legit thinking about changing my name around just slightly. I'm thinking about maybe doing Blind Dad Does Art because, like, every time that I walk into somebody's chat room, because like, okay, I market myself a little bit. You know, I go into people's chats, I talk, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And every time that I go into somebody's chat room that has never encountered me before, they're always like, I don't know what to call you. You know, what do I call you? Blind dad, you know, and it gets like really annoying to them. And I don't want to be annoying to people, you know, but the main reason why I named myself Blind Dad Does, like originally I did Blind Gamer Plays, right? And my wife and children all talked to me and said, no, don't do that. So Dad Does Blind. So like I'm thinking Blind Dad does art, but at the same time, like I don't want them to be like, okay, whose art and why are you doing him or something like that. I don't want it to go like really bizarre that way either, you know, but I want it to kind of like reflect the fact that I'm doing art primarily more than anything, but I also want to make it so that people like are not as confused about what to call me, you know? So it's like I could do Blind Dad Does Ira or something like that. Well, who's Ira and why are you doing him and all that kind of stuff, you know, but at the same time, I don't want to change my name around and have people like lose me either, you know? So I want to keep it like similar enough Blind Dad Does that like it's not going to be instantly confusing to people that already follow and stuff, you know? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Blind Daddy finger painting. All right.
You could do Blind Dad Digipaint or something like that.
Blind Dad paints or yeah, I mean something that yeah. Robin just came up with that too. Blind Art Does Dad. Because I mean, you know, if I do like Blind Dad Does Art, you know, I mean, it would be doable. I'm sure people would probably, a couple of people might make fun of it or whatever, you know, but I also don't want to be confusing people thinking that my name is Art, you know. But if somebody wants to just refer to me as Art, that's fine, I guess, you know. But
Blind Dad Makes Art.
could do something like that, yeah.
Although if you're going to, because see, the original reason why having it as just Does is because originally you wanted to be niched into the gaming centric.
Well, I wanted to have it be like able to follow under whatever umbrella I wanted to do. You know, Blind Dad Does Games, Blind Dad Does Art, Blind Dad Does Cooking,
and
you know, whatever the case may be.
Because you're also thinking about also doing like the, you know,
the audio streams and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. It's your channel. You can do what you want, but
I realize that, but I'm trying to get input from everybody, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine as it is, but
again, though, you're not going into people's chat rooms and just, you know, having...
The color of the wind is blue.
It's not blue. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba da.
Yeah, but do you see how he wrote it?
Oh, blue. Gotcha. I see now. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, I see. Yeah, I'm confused as to what to do with it, you know. Yeah, go to the bathroom again. My goodness, woman. You need help. Is Scare the Bleep out of stock? That's weird. It shouldn't be. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is. I'll have to look into that after the stream. I have no idea how that kind of stuff works. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know if I should change it or if I should like just leave it the same and just Thanks, Ollie. I mean, mean, I get a lot of daddies, but I also get like a lot of people like, I refuse to call you dad and that kind of stuff, you know, and I don't want to like weird people out at the same time. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, you're a mod though, Ollie, so maybe it's working because you're a mod. I don't know. Your name's a combination of the nicknames you were given. Right. Yeah, I think it's because Ollie's a mod, so like they can use it unlimitedly. But it's like I get a lot like I'll go into somebody's chat room and I'll try to chat, you know, and they'll be like, well, what do I call you? You know, blind or BD or that kind of stuff, you know. Ira's blind art, yeah. Yeah, but a few people have used it already tonight, so it might be that like it's limiting how many per night can be used or something, or per session. Because I think it's been used like 4 times now. Oh, Robin tried to do the scared the crap out of me, but it's saying to them that they're out of stock.
Maybe it has something to do with your new bot thing.
I don't think so. Because that doesn't mess with the channel points at all. I think it's
no, but it limits. You can have it limit to be like, you know, only emote, you know, like to automatically set these things up for you, you know. Yeah,
but it's not set up that way right now. Like it's normal chat mode right now. I think what it is though is that it's set like to be done per session. So like X amount per stream session can be used. I don't know. I can look at it here real quick. Vamp, darling, vamp.
We just sat down. What am I gonna say? Hi.
I don't know.
Yeah, the chat. That's something he's been doing. The chat is in slow mode.
It just doesn't like me like everyone else in the world. Boo hoo hoo, poor me.
Indeed. Damn, I am getting hungry. Okay, give me a second. I'm going into sound alerts here, and I'll take a look. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't show that it's limited by a certain amount or anything like that anywhere that I look here. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. It worked for me. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see if it like refreshes on the next session, I guess. Wrinkles in clothing are fun to draw. I like doing clothing. It's probably one of my favorite, like hair and clothing are my favorite things to do. Like overall, I love doing, like seeing what I can do to make the clothes appear really cool and stuff like that. You know, sometimes I have difficulty with it, but yeah, I like doing it.
Can you look at the picture I sent and tell me how it's looking? Yeah, give me a second here. It's coming along really good. I really like it. Do you want him to share it? It's coming along really, really good. It is definitely looking really good. I really like how you did like the neck. You can really see. The wings are fluffy. I'll send it to you, my love. Either way. You can see Robin's dragon.
Okay.
The felted dragon.
Okay, Napkins. Well, thank you for being here with us for a little while. As always, I deeply appreciate the time that you spend here with us, and I hope that you feel a lot better tomorrow, that everything will be good, and I can't wait to look forward to you. I'm looking forward to you streaming again. That's the words I'm trying to find. Looking forward to you streaming again. It's going to be really nice. So, get some rest. Get some good rest.
So you do want him to show it then?
Ooh, that's looking really cool. I love it. That is looking really, really cool. Yeah, if you want me to share it, I definitely will. Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
It looks really good. I'm liking it. I cannot. I mean, I shouldn't say I can't felt. I've never really tried, so it's.
So Robin is putting together a little felty thing that she's making. She's really good at doing these things, and I like how this is coming out. It's really cool. It's really cool. There you guys go. It's looking really nifty. I like it a lot. And if you guys have art that you want to share, you know, we're right here. Share away. Love to see it. I love ogling at people's art. It's looking really cool.
Now to draw a brain. If only had a brain. Oh wait, sorry. Dr. Napkin says, got a tongue twister for you. Alpha Kenny won really fast. feel like this is going to make me say something different, so I'll read the others first before I get tongue-tied. Robin says, my needle stabbed in the foot. Yeah, I know, I saw that. And then, yeah, Crip says, neat, now to draw a brain. Okay, so Alpha Kenny 1, Alpha Kenny 1, Alpha Kenny 1, Alpha Kenny 1. Gotcha. I see what it is.
Bad napkin, bad. Naughty boy. I like it.
He says, I've been discovered.
Oh no.
Good thing I have napkins.
I guess my problem with this face so far is that it's looking really flat to me, you know? And I'm not sure what to do to compensate for that. I'm trying to figure it out. I'll get there, but...
I mean, it just looks like a Neanderthal face.
Yeah. Which is not what I was going for, but...
Okay.
Right? Exactly.
I mean, there are people with flatter faces.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I was going for, is what I was saying. Like,
Okay.
it's flatter than I intended it to be.
We can add more shading to both the nose and then take away some of the shading around the lips, because you kind of have the lips looking like they're like more protruding than like kind of normal people do. Does that make sense?
That's kind of what I was working on at the moment, yeah.
Okay. You could also add like, you know, contour, baby, contour. Add some cheekbone kind of.
Well, that's what I had, and it
shading.
still looked really terrible to me, so. Like, I had that going on, you know, but.
I mean, another thing that could help too is add more colors to it. Because you went from yellow face to a ghostly face.
Yeah.
Unless you're meaning to have it this color, then that's fine. But like, you could use other colors to help add the depth.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Trying to work it.
Work it, boyfriend.
It's kind of what I did before I switched over to this colorless or desaturated. I mean, I think part of the problem is that like the lay down sketch itself wasn't very good to begin with, you know. So I've been kind of like trying to make up for it since. That's what I get for talking, okay? I lost track of myself. But no, you guys want me to talk. You know I'm messing with you.
I mean, none of us pushed you into doing your hour-long rant about writing, so...
I know, that's what I'm saying. Was a joke, dear. Oh, I'm getting really hungry here too. I'm gonna grab a bite of trail mix here while Jolene vamps a little bit.
God, all the vamping. I am working on the second wing of this bat. After I get done with the wings and attach them, all I have left is ears, and I'm done. Yay! So, I don't get pushed into vamping too much more. I should be able to finish it tonight yet.
It's all my fault.
Uh-huh. It's all your fault.
You see how she blames me?
It's kind of hard to read a project and see what I'm supposed to do. Of course, it's the funness of following a pattern. As I am this time. Still deviating here and there.
Y'all hear that? She admits she's a deviant.
I'll admit that, yeah. Didn't have to do much to get me to admit that. So what are you up to, Ollie?
Wow, I really did something weird there.
Oh yeah. About to play Red Dead Online. Okay, that's cool.
I mean, there's definitely contour there now. Let's try that again, shall we?
What else is everybody up to? By the way, hon, I don't know if I told you, Robin did message me earlier saying that the little one does not have COVID.
Oh, that's really good news.
Yeah, I can't remember if I told you that or not. I don't think so.
You did not.
Biology, yeah.
It's forever biology with Lillian. That poor girl. How long are you going to have to do the biology thing? Is it just for one term or a semester?
Just one semester.
Okay, good.
My last class is December 8th.
Not too far to go then.
No, but that's still far enough, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I can feel you. I can feel you. And then Robin said, nope, hers was negative, likely an upper respiratory infection.
Oh, that poor baby. I hate it when little ones get sick.
Sickest I ever got. I had an upper respiratory infection, turned bronchitis, turned pneumonia. And I legit thought I was going to die.
Sorry to be sitting here chewing, guys, but it's been like 6 hours since I had something to eat, so.
You are fine. I'm sure we are not the only people to ever eat while not doing food thing. The poor something. We can't hear you chew. Yeah. That makes you feel any better, honey.
It's not okay, the talk radio host in me says no!
I can eat on stream all the time. Means baby. I read it in book words. Oh, okay.
Yep, it does. Poor Bairn.
Learn something new every day. I have not heard of that one.
Old English. I think it originated with the Celts. Etymology is kind of one of my things. Now let's have all of us sing Bohemian Rhapsody.
Mama. Mm. Weird question. What do people usually use to cut stitches? Scissors? I mean, it depends on what kind of stitches. There are dissolvable stitches, so you don't have to. Anytime I've had stitches, it was with scissors. This time tomorrow. Carry on, carry on.
The making.
Thank you. You're welcome. I have had stitches, so I can tell you. But yeah, there are dissolvable stitches. When I had my appendix surgery, I had stitches. They had a cut. Blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of when you have to take them out. But yeah, either way, there's dissolvable, in case you didn't know. Yeah, they have a special scissor type, yep. Just like what Robin said.
Robin Schmurt. She ought to be for all the crap she's going through.
Right? Okay, I got the second wing done. Let's make sure it looks like the other one. Oh, good, it does. Okay, good. It is identical. Good. We are good. Oh my goodness, I even made the tails like exactly the same. Like, that is hilarious. I did not even measure.
Nice.
Alright, it is attached except my light, my neck light. The light has gone out, so I'm running out of. It's getting dark. Dark yarn. It's hard to see.
Mama, it's getting dark.
Right. You are making noise over there, my love.
I am. I always make noise. It's terrible.
A lot of noise there, my love. A lot of noise. Shush. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Love me. Love me still.
I doth disrupt you. It's just terrible to me. Just horrible.
So horrible.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, well, you know. He wanted me to vamp, so I'm vamping. In my very slow way.
Like 20 minutes late.
Right? Because now I'm not highly concentrating on a part I only learned like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, well, you know. Ooh, you're popping the corn. I so want some popcorn right now. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Shh, I totally corn clear.
You were cutting out there because you were too quiet?
I said, shh, I totally had popcorn earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Because y'all got me in the mood for popcorn earlier. Or yesterday.
And she shared not a speck with me.
I mean, had you come to the appointments today? But no, your body wanted to hurt today. Your body said, nope. Fire gets none of this today. I didn't tell him not to. I told him he could stay. I didn't go, don't come in.
Don't come along, honey. I'm going to get popcorn and you don't need any.
Had I mentioned popcorn, would that have changed your mind?
I mean, popcorn will get me to do a lot of things, yeah.
I'm gonna get you to do a lot of things, huh? First wing attached. Now to do the second. And I have the ears. And then we are done. But I don't like the ears that they have with this pattern. I am definitely going to change that. Must be in the DNA. either DNA or just because we live in a corn area. We all must be obsessed about corn in one way, shape, or form, whether it's popped or
Popped or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Jolene had corn for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not for dinner, but with dinner.
I mean, I could have popcorn for dinner.
You have had corn for dinner before.
I would not object to corn for dinner, yeah. Corn and sugar, and I could eat those, and tomatoes. That combo right there, I could eat those forever. So if any of you wanted to know the secret to my heart, there you go. Or the secret to my belly, if nothing else. You too, huh?
Oh, God.
What?
That sounds yummy right about now.
Maple pork steaks, mashed potatoes, gravy, and corn.
Why must you torture me this way?
Yeah.
Y'all are mean. Just mean.
Am I hearing your tummy all the way over here?
Yeah.
Shh.
I'm hungry.
There's chicken.
He hungers.
I'm gonna go get some chicken. Your brain hurts drawing a brain. And then you know how they talk about what?
Feminine wiles.
Oh gosh, that's totally not what I read it as. I was so confused. Okay.
Yeah, my brain too, Crypt. I'm right with you right now with this. You and me both, my friend. I had such high hopes when I started this out.
Got the second wing done. Okay, now to find better ears because Like I said, I'm not a fan of these ears. Although I should probably put this wire away before I stab myself with it.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Wire?
Please retrieve
Oh.
wounded and applicable body parts from the battlefield.
Responding to the chat.
When you save,
Me stabbing myself in the eye with wire?
Are you okay?
Huh?
Are you okay?
No, I was being sarcastic. I was asking you, does that sound good? You know, because you said that sounds good. And so I was being more specific and saying, me stabbing myself in the eye with wire.
Gotcha.
I forgot your wire cutters. Oh, win. Hey, good enough.
You can do it, baby.
First, potato chips are my kryptonite. Gotcha. I don't think I've ever had those. They don't sound familiar. Everywhere around here we can grab them. Wally World? Menard sells them.
Menard sells everything.
Amazon. This is fading. Oh, this company. Okay, okay. I've seen this company, but no, I've not tried them. Like any of their stuff, I don't think. Menards. Is that where you got it from? Menards? You're gonna leave, huh?
Yep, I'm out of here.
Yup, she's out the door. She's like, I tried to nap. Y'all are too loud. Probably it.
More than likely.
Next time we're in Fort Wayne, we should stop by Menards and... Because I'm interested. Well, hi, Auntie Sasquatch.
Hey, Auntie, how you doing?
Well, they're lurking. Lurking. Okay, Eva. I'll let you out. Give me a second here. Oh my goodness, what was that? Gotcha.
You really want to know?
I'm coming, girl. How you doing? Let out the dog and bring in the cat. Yuggity duck.
Don't talk about it.
Yeah, well, literally, Elliot entered as she was leaving, so. You could not have been any more correct.
I just had an idea of what to do with this, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, well. I'll work it anyway. My brain. My brain. How dare it try to think?
Robin, when you mesh with yarn, do you ever like have those moments where you're like, I got a piece of yarn up in my nose, even though you know you don't, but your nose is just like tickly as if there was? Good. I'm glad I'm not the only with that, because I'm like having that right now. It's like, probably I'm like, I got a fiber of something up in my nose and it won't go away. Okay, I found a better pattern that I'd like to use for the ears. I don't know, these might make it too big though, so we will see.
see that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I'm trying to entertain. I'm trying. I know I haven't said anything for a while. It's terrible. What kind of an entertainer am I? How's everybody doing? What you guys up to? I'm very frustrated right now. Can you tell? Is anybody else out there frustrated with their art tonight? Not to add the color for another day. So what kind of brain surgery are you doing tonight, Crypt? Dripping with butter. Robin. Killing me, Tab. Killing me.
We have popcorn.
Yeah, I know. You have 3 dogs' attention. I'm sure the doggos are right there going, hey, let's take some of that popcorn. You know, you could totally share that popcorn, right? Gotcha.
Dilemma. I like the way this ear turned out, but as I suspected, it's too big.
Oh,
Like, I think it's too big. Like, okay. Robin, I'll let you decide. I assume you're watching. I will have you help figure out. Actually, I could take a picture of it and send it to you. That might be a little easier, because my light, like I said, my neck light doesn't work. I don't know, maybe it's okay. I haven't attached it yet. I'll send it to you. I'll take a picture. Elliot, it's just Eva on the other side. He's all at the door. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's on the other side. I have to make this easy on myself and just temporarily attach it to the head. There we go. There we go. That's a little easier now. You know what? Now that I look at it like this, I think it might work actually.
Hey, that works, Lizzie. That's a good idea.
That's cool.
It's a darn decent idea.
Go to book of face. Find my picture. Get big. Yeah. Okay, Robin, I sent you a picture. Tell me what you think. It says I have a I have my German Shepherd. Can't have cats because I'm allergic. Oh, I'm sorry. But I do rescue the ones that show up at my house and make them my shop cats. Oh, that's nice.
That is really awesome.
I am a kitty cat fan. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Elliot. He looks over at me from the door as soon as I said I'm a kitty cat fan. That's perfect? Okay. See, I thought it was too big, but once I kind of held it there, I was like, you know, actually, I think it could work. Okay. So, make a long tail. And then do it again, but about better.
Exactly.
Tail is on. All right, now to crochet another. Look, everybody. I might be done with a crochet project in one day. It can happen. It can happen.
Can it?
It can.
Are you sure?
Oh my goodness.
Will I be done with this picture? I don't think so.
I didn't say anything about you. I said me. You probably.
The answer is no.
I mean, to be real, you were done with the picture the moment you started, but. Or the moment you realized it wasn't going as planned.
What you trying to say?
That I know you.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really?
Besides, I think it was kind of obvious to everybody, too. You're stalling.
Shh, they don't know that. They don't know that.
You hear him putting you all down.
Just putting them down.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the drunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
Yay, Max Kid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Come on in. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Over there is Jolene, my wonderful wife, and you can see right now she is doing some crochet work. You can see some examples of her work right there. You can see some examples of the artwork that I do over here. Up here is the piece that I'm working on right now, which I have like completely reset because I got really frustrated with the piece that I was working on until like literally a minute and a half ago. And so yeah, anyways, come on in. Punch is on the left, pie is on the right. Please be sure to tip the waitress. She's been on her feet all day. And yeah, otherwise, welcome to my little pit stop on the Information Superhighway. I hope that you guys are having a good time. Max Kid, what were you doing this evening or day or whichever cycle of time that you guys have? Yep, punch and pie, indeed. So for those of you guys that have never encountered us before, I am a blind guy. I do try to do artwork while being blind. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Tonight it's been going a little frustratingly, but it's just kind of been one of those days for it. We all have those, I think. You were doing a music set. Very cool.
Yeah. If you want to share anything, socials or even like links to anything, feel free. Links are available here. Same with anyone else who joined, especially if you do art, feel free to share.
Yeah, we love looking at people's art. All kinds of good stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Or if you'd rather, we do have a Discord. I know everybody has a Discord, but you can go to the Discord and share there as well.
Ooh, wrong button. Wrong buttons. I'm hitting wrong buttons. There we go.
Oh, what? You're starting the
yeah, I accidentally hit the wrong buttons. Anyways, yeah, so on the Discord, we do have the ability for you guys to share your art. If you want to drop any links here, we definitely would appreciate it. You guys can share anything that you want. We love it. We enjoy having people come in and just, spread their love, spread their joy, spread it all over the place. So, I accidentally deleted something. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, so, I will show you guys some examples. So basically, again, I'm a blind guy, right? So I try to do everything that I can while being blind. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, right? So let me give you an example of my eyes. So right here, you can see a picture of the moon. It has many different versions of itself superimposed over each other and washing out and gray and all kinds of weird stuff, right? Well, every object that exists in the world looks like this to me. So by the time everything is said and done, there's too much information coming into my brain and my brain can't interpret the data. So it all turns white instead of black. It's kind of like a weird situation, but it's what I was born with. So gotta love it, right? But otherwise, let me see. I'm trying to find the correct thing. There it is. Okay. So this is an example of some of the artwork that I do. You can see, some of the things. This one is a piece that I did last night. I've been kind of like practicing faces of late because I don't see faces at all. Like I can't see people's faces because of the way my blindness is. So I've been trying to practice a little bit on faces the past few days, trying to get a better handle on things. But otherwise, yeah, I'm just kind of like a random artist that likes to do things and try to, make things as pretty as I can make them, or dark, or whatever the case may be, whatever decides to come out at that moment in time. So yeah, just a couple of examples of the things that I do. Where is Mr. Bun Bun? This one is, I gotta show you my wife's favorite one. There you go. Otherwise she would get all angry with me. You didn't share Mr. Bun Bun. So there you go. That's my wife's favorite one that I've done. So, yeah, otherwise, we just kind of like hang out here. We're all about supporting the LGBTQ community because we are by ourselves. And we also, have two kiddos. One's poly, one's trans, and, big supporters of mental health. I'm bipolar. I have a lot of PTSD. I've got all kinds of stuff like that. I've got physical issues. She's got physical issues. If you're born like with heart issues or you have heart problems, she's the person to talk to. She was born with a congenital heart defect, and she loves talking about all that kind of stuff to everybody. So yeah, other than that, that's who we are. So if you guys like that kind of thing, you like to hang out with people along those lines, well, then welcome on in. And otherwise, I hope that you guys have a great night. So there you go. Kind of my long-tailed spiel to welcome everybody in. So you just hooked your keyboard up to the studio, Ripple drum kit. So I was playing some MIDI files. That's cool. That's cool. I love making music myself. I am not that great at it, but I do have a lot of music available for people if they want to make use of it on their streams. It's all DMCA and copyright free. So if you guys are
that
interested,
advice moment was redeemed.
Oh, that advice. Okay. Well, I can do some dad advice for you guys. So another thing that we do on the channel redeems, I do dad advice moments. I do rants, for a minute, all kinds of stuff down in there. So dad advice. Okay. No matter who you are and no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved. Please don't let anybody ever teach you any different. The only thing that anybody can ever expect of you is that you are the best you that you can be in that moment in time. Sometimes that just means being able to get up, go get a bite to eat, and go back to bed. And that's all that you can do. And there's nothing wrong with that. So please don't let anybody make you feel bad if that is all that you can do. That's the best that you can be in that moment. Okay? So there you go. A couple of little words of advice. If you guys want to make use of it and run with it, go for it. Otherwise, yeah, there you go. I try to keep up with chat as best as I can. I have Jolene here to help me read chat because I do miss a lot because of, again, the eyesight problems. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things I got to deal with. So I have been kind of working tonight on a piece that it's been very frustrating. This is the point that I've gotten it to. I'm not totally satisfied with it, so I kind of planned on not abandoning it, but I'm just kind of like looking at something else for a little bit while my brain stews over what's here, to try to kind of work up from here. It's not bad. It's just not exactly what I wanted it to do. So I might just kind of like run with it as a stylized kind of a picture and go from there. Yeah, other than that, I have been just getting started on kind of splatting some paint on a canvas here and trying to see maybe if something wants to come out and say hello. Yeah, how have you guys been doing tonight? What's up? How are things? Yeah, all that kind of good stuff. Thank you for giving the shout out there. I appreciate it, darling. So sometimes when I start
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the drunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
I cannot believe he just did that like much.
Not playing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sucker. How's it feel?
Hello, Mr. Best Friends. Hello.
So hello, welcome on in. More raiders. 2 raids at once. Yes, awesome. All right. Well, come on in. Welcome on in. For those of you guys that have never met us before, my name is Ira. This is Jolene. You can see some examples of the artwork that she does through crochet over here on this side. You can see some examples of the artwork that I do over here on this side. Up here is the piece that I'm currently working on. I'm literally just getting started with this, so there's nothing happening there at the moment. Just some paint splats across the canvas because that's how I work. But other than that, come on in. There is Punch on the left. There's Pie on the right. Make sure you tip the waitress because she's been on her feet all day. And otherwise, welcome on in to my pit stop on the Information Superhighway. I hope that you guys are having a really good night. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to catch up. I'm a blind guy, so...
Hello. Best friends.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep up as best as I can because, again, I'm a blind guy, so I'm trying to make sure that I don't miss anybody here. Okay, so I got to keep up. All right. My computer decided to go crazy here. Okay, so Vance Rustic Designs. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing people on in. What were you up to tonight? If you guys have artwork that you would like to share, links are available. I'd love to see what you guys do. We're all about making sure everybody's supported and shared here. We believe that a rising tide lifts all boats. So nobody here is competition. We're all about making sure that you guys are supported and loved and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so Texas Hellboy and Arlette, thank you so much for the follows. I deeply appreciate it. We love having you guys here, and I hope that you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful night.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch if you said this or not. Links are welcome here, so anyone who has art, feel free to share. Feel free to share anything you did, and then Vance, feel free to drop a link of what you were doing, or you can go to our Discord. I know everybody has a Discord, but you can go there too if you'd rather. We're working on resin tumblers and card freshies. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, feel free to, if you have a picture, you know, drop the link, or yeah, socials. Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, awesome. Facebook link. Ooh. I will definitely follow your Facebook. Thank you for dropping it. I appreciate it. So for those of you guys that are just meeting us for the first time, basically, I am a blind guy. I do try to do art while being blind, which isn't easy sometimes, but I try to do my best. This is an example of some of the artwork that I do. You can see Mr. Bun Bun here. This is my wife's favorite thing that I've done. I don't know why, but this is a piece that I did last night. Let me resize it here for you guys. There you go. I've been kind of working on some faces lately, trying to get a better handle on it because I don't see human faces very well. So I've just kind of been doing some practice work, trying to get faces to appear better for me. Yeah, it's kind of a thing with my condition that my eyes will change once in a while. So when they do change, it kind of like throws me off for a bit. And I have to kind of like restart and relearn some of the techniques that I've previously done, if that makes sense. It's a little weird, but it's how it is. So like just a couple of examples of things that I've done of recent. Yeah, so if that's stuff that's interesting to you, then you know, this is kind of what we do. As far as Jolene's work goes, she does crochet work. She has been working on right now doing a bat for somebody. She just finished up a Yoshi. And let me see if I can find, where is it? Okay, that's not a crochet work. That's another piece of my art. Where is it? Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, so a while back, she ended up creating an ender dragon out of crochet. As you can see, this thing is massive. It was ginormous. And unfortunately, she gave it away to somebody that didn't even say thank you. That was really frustrating for me to see that happen to her. But you can see a size comparison. This is a queen size bed, so you can see like how big the thing was compared to a bed. Ginormous, huge. But that's stuff that she likes to do, and she doesn't use any patterns or anything like that most of the time for her work. This right here is an example of my eyesight. So you can see this is the moon, and you can see many different versions of the moon kind of superimposed over each other, sort of washing out over each other, all that kind of stuff. This is how I see every single object that exists in the world. So between it and the amount of scarring that I have on my eyes, it makes it really difficult for me to do things. But I have my monitor on an arm that's about 2 inches away from my face. It's, you know, kind of there to help me get the things closer to myself so that I can try to be able to get some work done. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But other than that, we are big supporters as far as the LGBTQ community goes. We're both, you know, we're by ourselves. We have 2 kiddos that are trans and poly. We have big support of mental health conditions. I'm bipolar and I have much amounts of PTSD. Big supporters as far as health community goes, because, you know, I'm blind. I've got arthritis, fibromyalgia. She was born with a really massive heart condition, you know, so it's like we try to do what we can to be as supportive of the communities as we can do, you know, as much as we are limited to do. And sorry about the noise there. I don't know why my computer decided to do that. Something decided to disconnect and reconnect there real quick. But anyways, other than that, yeah, that's pretty much where we're about here. We just try to come on in and have some fun and be together and get to know each other as a community at large, you know? So, yeah, we're all about the idea of a rising tide lifts all boats. That's kind of what we do here. So, yeah, tell us about yourselves. How are you guys out there? What are you guys up to? And you know, all that kind of good stuff. bit personal, so I understand if you don't answer. Where is the scar tissue in my eyes? Okay, so the scar tissue is primarily on my corneas. There is a lot of it. So basically, the condition that I have, every once in a while, my eyes will go through what's called a high drop, where basically the fluid from inside the eyes starts to seep out through the corneas, and it causes a blister to form. And when that blister heals, a new scar appears. So over the years, each time that I've ended up having those, it's added a new scar into like the front part of my eye that I then have to learn how to see through. So it's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess, yeah. When those eye drops happen, it's like feeling like there's a stone in your eye all day. And then it'll make my vision like cloudy. Some people, when they have the high drops, they have the experience where they not only get the blister, but they also, their eyes will go completely milked, so it looks like you have a cataract. Thankfully, I've not had that experience very often, but I have had it where like literally it looks like there's blood pooled in my eye, like just out of nowhere, suddenly, big massive pile of blood sitting in the eyeball, the real fun experience that was. So yeah, it's just kind of like one of those weird things that ends up happening. It's all a genetic defect. I was born with it, but it didn't start kicking in until about 12 years ago. And once it did kick in, it took about 6 months from me to from being able to do things to suddenly I can't, so it was pretty rapid, unfortunately, but I've gotten accustomed to functioning with it. It's just there's some days where I'll wake up and things are a lot worse than they were the day before. But if I give it another few days, it'll kind of like go back to where it was. One thing with my condition that I am thankful for is that unless something goes like seriously wrong, I should not go what would be termed black blind, where I'm, have lost everything. But I kind of have the opposite problem where everything is white instead of black. So it's like by the time everything comes in, my brain just can't interpret the data, and it's, everything's lost. So it's like looking through a window into a wax museum that's been melted in a fire. That's kind of how it would look to me, like everything melted together and superimposed over each other and washing out and all that kind of stuff. It's fun. There are times where like I try not to lament too much, it's what it is, right? I was told that like with my condition, I'm at what would be termed end stage. So the progression of blindness from here should not get much worse. Even though it is already as bad as it is, it shouldn't get much worse from what it is at the moment. Thankfully. But I was told there's a resolution for me that could be done in the fact that I could have corneal transplants done. However, if I was to get a corneal transplant done, there's kind of like risk versus reward to it. So the reward would be that it might improve my vision by about 10%. Okay. So my vision right now is about 3600. 10% improvement of that is not very much, but the risks to it would be that I'd go completely blind. In other words, totally black blind, nothing there at all. I'd also have the risk of, well, not a risk, but there's the guarantee that I would have to have cataract surgery every year from that point forward. I'd have to take the anti-rejection drugs, which are horrible on the body. I would risk like the transplant being like if I rubbed my eyes wrong or something like that, suddenly it's gone, all kinds of things like that. It's just like one pile on top of the other. And so by the time everything was said and done and the doctors kind of went through all of that with me, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to stick with the devil I know, because the risks to me in the condition that I have, they don't really outweigh the rewards, if that makes sense. So I've avoided doing it. If someday I have to, because I'm like at the point of no return or whatever, then I might consider it. I'm waiting for them to create bionic eyes. That would be the best. can we get those bionic eyes? You know, DARPA's working on them, so that'd be nice. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know, when you're born with this kind of a condition, you gotta deal with it, you know. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, other than that, I like to do art. I like to try to do what I can with it. If you guys are streamers, I do have music that I have created that is DMCA and copyright free. If you guys want to make use of it on any of your streams, you can do so. Let me drop the link in the chat for you guys for that. I need to set that up on a little command here, but I haven't done that yet.
I thought you did. Didn't you?
I think I meant to, but I don't think I actually ever did.
I could have sworn you did.
But there you go. That's the link for it right there. And if you don't mind, I can like while we're chatting here, I can go ahead and play something for you. So this right here would be one of the songs that I created. So I've got about 3 hours worth of music on there. If you guys ever want to make use of it, it's free to use. So, you know, you shouldn't get any kind of copyright ding or anything like that. And if you do, please let me know, because I'll make sure to get it released. But I haven't had anybody let me know that they've had any problems with it. And I know a lot of people have made use of it. So there you go. Use it and abuse it. So yeah, other than that, come on in. We don't bite much. So Jolene, if you want to talk to the people about like maybe your issues, if anybody out there has any kind of like heart conditions, Jolene is all about like loving to talk about that kind of stuff with people. She was born with a condition herself, so she likes to meet people that have heart issues and stuff because she doesn't get to feel so alone then.
So my name is Jolene. Hi, Jolene.
Hi, Jolene.
So I was born with a congenital heart defect called tricuspid atresia. Basically, in the heart, on the right-hand side, you have a valve that goes between the atrium and the ventricle. Mine was underdeveloped, and because of that, my ventricle never developed. So I was born single ventricle, and I have, at this point in time in my life, I have had 4 heart surgeries, my last one being just this past December. I had the BT shunt, Glenn shunt, Fontan, and then the one I had this past December was the Fontan revision, so basically an update. And it should help to postpone me from needing a transplant. So, should being the working word. That's pretty much me. I am crocheting a bat currently.
She's trying frantically to finish it tonight. Will she be able to do it? That's the question. Mayhap.
He likes to interrupt me and make me vamp.
I do. I do. That's why I've got you here. It's the only reason why you're here. Help me vamp. Sheesh.
You hear that, everybody? The only reason. I'm his wife, and yet the only reason I'm here is to vamp. I see how it is.
Yep. Mean and cruel. Mean and cruel.
Well, I had put a wire in this, and I see that this is going to fail. So I'm going to take the wire out. It was my first attempt at doing a wire like the way I did, but I see that it's just not going to work. That's okay. It can be a floppy wing. I was kind of concerned about putting the wire in anyways. Don't want it to come out and poke on the little one. Yeah, so I'll just leave the wire out. No worry. Alright, now to put the other ear on. So if anyone wants to see my crochet work, feel free to say so.
Yeah,
not everything is in that spinner. I'd have to turn the overhead light on because my neck light, the light has failed.
Never mind.
Right, I know it. That's why I said it that way.
Decided to add some color. That's cool. That's cool.
It's pretty awesome. If you ever want to share it, feel free.
We love seeing the stuff. So kind of how I work, what you guys are seeing right now, this is how I start some of the like pieces that I do. I start off by just splatting some paint on the canvas, and I try to seek like forms within the chaos. It's kind of like a little bit of cloud watching, I guess you could say, where like I could look at a cloud and see a bunny. You could look at the same cloud, see a dragon. We're both right that it's the same cloud. But I just try to, build up from there to make something out of it, So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of like, I thought maybe I saw a little bit of a form here, and I'm kind of trying to work with it a little bit. So pardon any wonkiness it might have at the moment, because like literally I'm just getting it started. You're seeing it in its infancy here. Okay. You would, but it's V's prompt and I'm not allowed to show it. Gotcha. Yeah, I understand that. I do have something for that prompt myself. I just haven't tossed it into the server yet. Okay.
See that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I am entertaining the humans. I'm trying to anyway. Giving it my best shot. Are you not entertained? I don't think she is. She's too busy with the bat to be entertained. It takes it out on me. See how mean she is? She's so cruel. By the way, if you guys are interested in writing or anything along those lines too, I am an author as well. I have 14 books and dozens of short stories published. So if you guys are ever interested in talking shop as far as writing or anything like that goes, I am more than welcome to open that up and talk about whatever you guys would like. I have a lot of experience with the publishing industry. I kind of went on for about an hour earlier talking about the publishing industry and some of the issues that are rife within it. Kind of digging this little soldier-y looking thing I've got going on here. I don't know. A little weird. Don't know where it's going to go yet, but yeah, kind of interesting so far. By the way, I do vape. You guys will see that. I try not to blow it at the camera or anything like that, but I don't make any apologies. I don't make any apologies for vaping. I quit smoking after 30 years, switched over to vaping because it was bothering Jolene's chest for me to smoke around her. So 8 years ago, I quit smoking on her birthday to try to help her out. And so vaping doesn't bother her at all. You know, I can just blow it right in her face and it doesn't bug her a bit. But yeah, kind of a testament to how different vaping is from smoking right there. So I apologize for not talking a whole lot. Right now I'm in concentration mode trying to figure out what this form is trying to do. And where it's going to go in the end, kind of a thing. You quit smoking 10 years ago. That's cool. I don't really miss it, you know. There are days where like I still feel a little bit of the crave for it here and there sometimes, but I do have nicotine in my vape, so that kind of helps to alleviate that kind of thing. But I make my own juices and that kind of stuff, so, you know, a lot cheaper that way too.
Pip said, yeah, it's weird when you stop cigarette smoke to me smells bad. He was just saying the same to that the other day at the vape shop. My grandparents were the same way when they quit smoking.
Yeah, I didn't expect it was going to end up that way, but it did. Not that I'm ever going to be like the type of person to be like, you can't smoke around me or something like that, you know, but I used to love the smell of it, you know? And now I'm like, ugh, no.
Okay. I have finished
You have finished
the
it.
bats.
Oh my
I have
goodness.
finished, yeah.
You
Let's
got a
see
piece
if I
done in
can-
one day, darling.
I got it done in one day. This is
Holy
the
cow.
quickest I've done something since we've started doing things. Alright. Alright, I got a light too. I've got a... Let's see if I can. I might have to just hold it down. Alright, if you want to have me big, I can show it off.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. So here is the bat. It's a little purple bat. I know it's kind of hard to see. I don't have the best of lighting, but it's a little purple light. Or purple, wow. Purple bat. Can you tell I'm tired here? Purple bat. Here, let me put this above. There we go. Yeah.
He has turned out super cute, darling.
He's
That
got
is
little
adorable.
hands. So I followed kind of a pattern. I don't usually like to. And then I rebelled and I did something different for the ears because I didn't like the ears that were on that pattern. So I shall hug him and squeeze him and call him George, right? All right. Well, whenever we see you next, I will definitely pass him off to you. Okay. Oh,
He
I
turned
did
out
that in
really,
one
really
day.
good. He turned out
What?
really, really good.
5 hours. Took me 5 hours.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
I did it. I did it.
You did it.
So now I know if I ever want to, I can crochet another bat in the day.
Yeah. Indeed, that works, darling.
Oh, I can show off if anyone wants to see too. I can show off like my Yoshi I did yesterday.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't have to.
Yeah, show your goodies. Did you got your Cthulhu and stuff yet too that you can show?
Okay, thankfully these are brighter. I shouldn't need the light, the extra. Yeah, so this is Yoshi. I finished him 2 days ago. Now you can go to Betty Bye. Well, good night, Robin. Hope you sleep good.
Sleep well, sister. Love you.
Yeah, this is Yoshi. He was made with no pattern. Completely by me. Obviously inspired. And then Kirby. Again,
I love the Kirby. I think it looks so cool.
Didn't I get done with him in one day?
He took you too,
He did take me
but only
too.
because you like started him like midstream.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, he's so much smaller than the bat. How did he take so much longer?
Because you were hyper focused on the bat. And I've been talking a lot tonight.
Baby Yoda. I think Baby Yoda took 2 nights.
Yeah.
Oh. And then Cthulhu. Sir Cthulhu. Cute Sir Cthulhu. With his pink little cheeks. Or as Artful Turkey calls him, Puking Spaghetti Squidward. So, yep. That is not everything, but the majority of what I'll show right now. I technically have 2 other things next to me I can share, but I'd need the light again. And I don't feel like blinding myself. So, I have another bat that I made before that was bigger and blacker.
Yeah. So, I'll tell you what, though, guys. I am getting pretty tired, and I am very, very hungry. And I know Jolene's going to be wanting to go to bed here, like, real shortly. So I do think right now we're going to go ahead and raid out to somebody. But I do thank all of you deeply for being here with us tonight. It means the world to us that you guys have spent the moments with us that you have. We're very grateful for every bit of time that you feel that we are worthy of. So, before I leave, I'm going to make sure to do my little bit of a dad moment for you guys. And if you missed this one earlier, I'll do it again for you. No matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved. I want you to understand that. Please don't let anybody teach you any different, okay? Sometimes we're our own worst critics, and we expect too much of ourselves. But the only thing anybody can ever expect of you is that you're the best you that you can be in that moment in time. Sometimes that means nothing more than getting up in the morning, getting a bite to eat, and going back to bed. And if that's the best that you can do, then God love you, that's the best that you can do, okay? Don't let anybody expect anything else different of you, all right? So, Jolene, you got any final words that you want to say before we leave for the evening here?
Much love. Hope you all sleep well and or have a good day. Eat well, sleep well, and know that you are loved. Love you.
We're going to raid out to Nakachi, who we actually went to a couple of nights ago, and I think that everybody really enjoyed. Nakachi is very, very cool. She does really awesome art, and she's having a little bit of a contest right now. So you guys can maybe take part in it too. But in the meantime, keep safe out there, everybody. Have fun. Thank you so much, as always, for being here. We'll talk to you again later.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk.
Where is the mouse? There we go. Great job, Doma. Great job. That is a stunning piece. What is when the real is no longer what it is, what